Oh yeah. Hope you all are having a great day. Hope you have a great evening tonight. Maybe a morning. You never know. But, yeah. Let's get back into this. I am Atheenon. We're gonna be, ripping through, getting out of Milton. We're gonna be getting back into, getting back into Mystery Lake tonight. Sorry, I just set that there real quick. Alright, so we're going to load into our Forlorn start. We're on day 64. We're still in Mountain Town, but we're heading back out of Mountain Town, going over to Mystery Lake. So, we gotta be light. Oh, we're already down at the bottom. Oh yeah, we got the moose. I forgot about him. Well, that's nice. We got the moose already, baby. Yeah. Alright, so we're ready to head out. We're ready to go. We're gonna have to drop some stuff, of course. We always have to drop a few things. Let's drop our sticks. We gotta take our moose hide with us. Nope, not that. Our moose hide. Do I have some guts on me? I do have some guts. Got deer hides, I got bear hides, I got birch, I got maple. Got all sorts of stuff on me. These are all cured as well. God, I have cured guts all over the place. We're gonna take one more water bottle with us because we can manage it.
Is slowing me down.
No. You just chill out there, buddy. You're gonna be fine. Get a little food to eat. Oh, I guess I should go over a little bit of where we're at right now. So, we're on day 64, or 66 actually, but we've only been alive 64 days. So far we've spent 4 days in Mystery Lake, 4 in Muskeg, 29 in Mountain Town, and 21 in Hush River Valley. So you can see where we spent a majority of our time is in Mountain Town and Hush River Valley. Our skills are at carcass harvesting 5, cooking 5, fire starting's on to 3, archery's almost to 5, mending is at 3, and of course the other skills are all at 1s. So, hey, I know that word. Ephedrine. Ephedrine. That's what it is. Ephedrine. I got it. How you doing, my friend? Glad to have you here. Beastie, hello. I just need to say I found rock climber socks on Interloper from the bag. I don't want to play that character in case I die. Yes, sometimes, very rarely, Beastie, you can get those climbing socks in Hush River Valley, so. Marius, how you doing? How's it going? Country Roads, how are you? We just got started. We're just heading out from our cave in the Milton Basin. We got our moose hide on us. It's not cured yet, but you know, we're gonna be going on. We're gonna be moving on. We're gonna get down into Forlorn tonight. I'm hoping to push all the way to the cave above the bear spawn and camp there for the night. But we'll see. We'll see how much energy. We're getting a little tired. But it is still early in the day, so. Hey, Gurrant? Hello, how are you? Negotiator, how you doing? Ephedrine, I've watched as much of as I could of the live stream recordings on YouTube. It's 11 p.m. in Germany. Yeah, that's a rough time zone shift, isn't it? I'm sorry I'm not more on German time, but being here on the West Coast in the U.S., I'm pretty much exactly the opposite. It's only almost 2 o'clock here, and it's midnight in Romania. Oh, jeez. Oh my goodness. It's dark 100 there. Well, once I get back to my streams on the weekends, I do start streaming on the weekends at about 9 a.m. my time, which is about 6 to 7 your time. In the evening, 6 to 7 p.m. So, you know, hopefully I'll get back to that here soon. But, here you go, butcher my name. That's, you know, I butcher everybody's name. Phonetically spell it out for me. Is it Gerant? Gerant? Jarant?
Damn.
Gerant?
Freezing.
But yeah, I'm really busy on the weekends. This weekend actually is a very exciting weekend for me. I won't be streaming, but what I will be doing is on Saturday, my friend and I are going and seeing Fellowship of the Ring and the Two Towers Extended Edition in the theater. And Sunday we're going and seeing Return of the King in the theater. All extended editions. The W is read like a V. I'm looking at it. Gervrant? Is it Gervrant then? Gervrant? I might have got that right. Probably not. You know what I'd love if this game had a way to drag a carcass into a cave like a sledge or something. Well, they sort of, Beastie, they sort of made that available in a way. They made that available letting us, you know, quarter animals. They sort of let us start getting towards that. Because before you had no choice. You had to piece by piece take apart an animal at the corpse out in whatever weather it spawned on you. So in a way, they've allowed us to do that a little bit. I don't know if they'll ever put a sled. I'd love to have a sled, even if it was a zone restricted sled where you could only have the sled in the zone that you're in. That would be something really cool to see. I don't know if they're gonna do that or not, but I somehow doubt it. But it would be kind of cool. I'm gonna give you guys night vision because it's really dark in here, and I'm not gonna light a torch. So, or actually, I could use my lantern, but I don't really want to use the lantern oil because I can see. I can see good enough. Yeah, or, you know, even if they wanted to make it so you had to spend a birch on it or something. Make it expensive. Make you have to spend a maple on it. Or maybe make it so it costs fir or cedar to make a sled. Lots of good possibilities, right? I'm at 49.52. I'm very, very heavy. And there's a deer down here, but I really don't care to do anything to him. Oh, there's coal down here too. Oh my goodness.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
And there's coal as well. I'm gonna turn off night vision because I am gonna get my lantern. Nope, my lantern. Well, it wouldn't be a sled as much as a sledge. It'd basically be something you could pull behind you to help you carry the weight. To carry, you know, help you carry a carcass or something along behind you. It wouldn't be so much a slide down a hill kind of thing as just something you could use to transport either supplies or pelts or an entire carcass. I mean, now I would probably say, Beastie, that you shouldn't be able to load a moose or a bear onto it. I don't know. Have you ever seen a moose? I've never seen one in real life, no. Is it possible to dual wield moose-hide satchels? No. Multiple moose-hide satchels do not stack. You could wear two if you wanted to, but it's much better to have the moose-hide satchel over your ear wrap. That way your ear wrap is protected, and the moose-hide satchel still gives you the benefit. So, but yeah, no, I've never seen a moose in real life. I've seen pictures of moose. I watched Alone, and a guy killed a moose. Where do I put the crampons? Well, you put the crampons there then. Hey, look, there's a rope. You put the crampons there instead. Will I play Icarus again? You know, I kind of burn out on Icarus a little bit, Marius. I may return to it at some point, but I honestly kind of burn out on it. It was fun. I had a lot of fun with it, and I must say the launch of Icarus last year was an amazing success for them because it was done so well. But I just kind of got burnt out on it after a while. I'd almost be interested to go back in and start a brand new character that doesn't have any skills or any sort of stuff. But yeah. Yeah, I just kind of burn out on it after a while. It just kind of it gets a little repetitive, I guess. It's a little more fun to play, I think, with like multiple people that are play it multiplayer, and it's definitely, I think, geared towards a good multiplayer type play, co-op with your friends. Because there's a lot of missions that doing them solo is very difficult compared to if you had 3 or 4 people working on them with you. I'm gonna drop this moose hide here. Put down my bedroll. Get a little snoozy poos. Yeah, the co-op is definitely a better way to play. I think the co-op works a little bit better on that game than solo. See, that's one thing I've been enjoying about Raft is, yes, Raft is definitely, I think Raft is also geared towards a co-op type of play, but you don't have to play it co-op. It just takes a little longer to get some of the stuff done if you're not co-oping in it. You can play it solo just fine and still get quite a bit done, progress pretty well. It definitely, again, it would probably speed up with co-op play.
This pack is getting too
yeah, I
heavy to
mean,
carry.
there's arguments for and against on that. I mean, I think Icarus is a beautiful game. Don't get me wrong. Icarus, in my opinion, is phenomenally made. So, are you able to craft hides that are 0%? If they've cured and they're at 0%, yes. If they're uncured and at 0%, they will never cure. But until it gets to 0%, if it cures before 0%, you can craft with it. Even if it goes, but once a hide cures, it doesn't go any lower in condition. So it would be a very rare instance that you would have a hide that cured right as it hit 0%, if that makes sense. Because if it's raw and it goes to 0%, it will never actually cure. But yes, I believe if you find a hide and it's at 0%, I believe you can still craft with it. I think I ran into that a couple of years ago, so that maybe they've changed that now. But if I remember correctly, you could craft with it. Because I think at one point I found a hide that was it was cured and at 0%, and I was still able to craft it, use it to like repair something. But I may be mistaken on that. Because like I said, it's a very rare instance where the hide will cure exactly when it hits 0. And usually I try to leave my hides down as much as possible, so they don't decay. Now, the condition of the hide is entirely inconsequential to what you make or repair out of it. It doesn't, like if you use a 10% hide to repair something, you get the same out of it as if it was a 80% hide or a 90% hide. So there's no difference as far as that goes. Yeah, back to Icarus though, I really enjoyed Icarus a lot. I really did. It's a beautiful game and it's very well crafted. The bow is very satisfying in it. I think any game that has a very satisfying bow gets a big thumbs up for me. And the bow is very satisfying in that game. Hey, Nuka Goblin, how you doing? Good evening. The guns are satisfying in it too. And I like with Icarus how they kind of tweak it here and there. I like how they do that. They tweak Icarus a lot. and add things to it and make things different in it, which is kind of cool. Do you have a tip on how to get over the fear of long, dark wildlife? I find myself turning down passive wildlife when I play. I'd love to do some of the challenge, but I don't want to deal with the animals. Wintermute was just okay. Really, you just have to, I would say play on, like, Pilgrim, not Pilgrim, but Voyager, and kind of just get used to them. There's no way to get over it, but play on Voyager, use the guns, kind of get used to how the animals move, how they operate, and then you'll have an easier time facing them down and not being afraid of them. But believe me, it's one of those things where there's moments that I still get a little, you know, when a bear's chasing me down or something, you know. The fear of animals is very difficult to get over. But it takes time. That's the only solution is time. How's Mark Wars? Well, I communicated with him a little bit ago. He's doing good. I mean, it wasn't a long communique, but, you know, I hope he's settled in good into his new job and his new living arrangement in Texas, and, you know, we keep the good thoughts going for him, you know what I'm saying? Of course the wind's blowing in my face. Of course it is. Oh, I'm way off target. Way off target. Stay on target. Should be a little clearing right here. Possibly with a mushroom? Nope. Gotta head over this direction. But yeah, I would say try playing on Voyager. And just kind of use the guns a lot. Maybe make a forge run and craft a bow and arrow so you can get used to those. And then it's just a matter of just kind of getting used to how the animals work. Just don't forget, wolves and bears are afraid of fire. Moose isn't afraid of pretty much anything. The flare gun is great is a great backup weapon against the moose as well as the bear. But yeah, you just time is really the only thing that will get you over your fear of the animals. Time and a lot of getting killed by them. Honestly, that's probably the easiest thing, you know, to help you get over them, is get killed by them over and over and over again. It will expedite your you know, you'll just kind of get used to it and you'll be like, okay, it's another animal, he's gonna hit me. I'm not afraid to say that I'm a little bit lost right now, but I think I know where I'm at. I think I know. I think up here there'll be a cave sort of in front of us. I'm way overweight, BP. I'm way overweight. Yeah, do the Voyager start you have going. That's a great way to do it. Do the Voyager start, find some guns, you know, find some ammo, and then specifically go out and try to find the wolves and bears. And just kind of pit yourself against them. Because especially on Voyager, if you get hit by one of them, it's not going to do it. It'll do damage to you, but it's not going to kill you. Unless you're in already pretty low health. The wolves or bears won't really kill you in Voyager unless they hit you multiple times over and over. So it gives you a lot better chance to practice, kind of figure out how to deal with them. And it'll help you get over, you know, kind of your fear of it. All right. Alright, let's drop the moose hide. Craft up our mushrooms. Actually, I got lucky on that. Found a revolver near my spawn with some bullets. I remember, and I got angered by a wolf. Shot at it and missed, but it ran away. Yeah, a lot of times the revolver, just the sound of the revolver will scare the wolves away, even if you miss. So a lot of times, a good strategy if you're looking to just kind of scare the wolves is don't actually aim. Just shoot from the hip. Just you know, just fire off a round from the hip. And if they aren't actually actively charging you, a lot of times they'll just run away. Once you aim, that triggers their whole charge mechanism. That's why a lot of times when you see a wolf coming up on me, I'll do this action. I'll just draw my bow just a little bit like that. I won't even draw it full because technically I'm aiming at the wolf, and the wolf goes, "Oh, you're aiming at me. I'm gonna come after you now." And so that's a good way to sort of get them to charge you, and to force that charge.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
Is a good thing sometimes. Headshot is also important. You can hear the headset. Yeah, headset or a good pair of earphones. Yeah, you want, because also with the wolves, you can hear the wolves and the bear, and sound in this game is amazing. It's very directional, and so you could actually hear the wolf on your right side, or hear the wolf on your left side, or hear him coming right from in front of you, and that'll give you a good idea of where he's at as well. So having a good headset is a good thing. It really helps out a lot. I want to get some water so I can cook up my teas.
If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
Because I got some birch bark teas to cook up. Yeah, the sound is amazing. You want to play this game with headphones. You don't want the sound coming from your speakers, unless you have your speakers set up, you know, in a sort of surround sound type manner. I guess that would work, but it's way better to have it with headphones. Oh yeah, you can understand the direction of the wind. There's lots of things that the headphones help you with. You can hear, if you're searching for a corpse and you hear crows in the distance, you can actually tell what direction the crows are coming from, or where the sound is coming from, which is very helpful when tracking down a corpse that you've lost, or that you're hunting for. Like if you shoot a deer and he runs all over hill and dale, it's really nice to be able to just listen for the crows and track them down. So I also love Long Dark's multi-platform. I was able to play on my MacBook in a hotel room in June. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, they got it on Switch, they got it on so many different platforms now, it's great. Yeah, they got it on the MacBook, they got it on Switch, of course, Windows. What else do they have on? I think they have on an Xbox and PlayStation. It's on a bunch of different platforms. It's great.
Something's making me feel tired.
Probably because I'm tired. Yeah, they've done. I honestly, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see what Hinterland's next project is. You know I'm gonna be all over it. I mean, I don't care if it's a updated version of Pong. I'll be playing Hinterland's next game. Could you imagine that if Hinterland's like, yeah, we're gonna introduce Pong. We're gonna reintroduce a Pong game. That's gonna be our next big thing, boys and girls. Hey, Deathly Cast, how you doing, buddy? Okay, we've cooked everything. Everything's cooked. All of our teas are cooked. Nice. Get a new torch. Well, I updated, everything's updated on YouTube, Deathly Cast. For some reason, one of the fifth part of this series did not upload properly. It said it did, but then it didn't upload properly. And so, for whatever reason, it didn't upload properly, so I had to go back and re-upload it, redo everything, and then I got it to upload, yeah. And then, so I took down the sixth part for a little while that got all fixed, and then I put the sixth part back up. So yeah, it was a YouTube issue. It was the YouTube. Yes, I did. I made the sexy satchel. I got my sexy satchel. It's very nice.
I need to find something to drink.
All the kids like the sexy satchel. And I got a second moose, too. And I got a second moose as well. Which his hide is right here.
Starting to wane.
Heyo! Oh, wow. I really am... Well, I'll just eat my way into being, Yeah, we got the moose at the Milton Basin. We dropped down into the Milton Basin, Deathly Cast. We got a second moose. One shot. Took him down in one shot. Our first shot missed. It was just a, you know, hey, we're gonna try to aim for the moose. So we aimed for the moose, and then the second shot was dead on. Hit him right in the head, and he just dropped like a box of rocks. So it was like, heck yeah! Take that, Mr. Moose. Yep, the one shot. We got a one shot on the Monolith Lake one as well. Believe me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many moose you've ever killed or how many bear you've ever killed. Getting a one shot on them is always just the best feeling. It's just like, yes! It honestly never gets old. It never ever gets old when you get that one shot kill. It is foggy as crap out here. I probably should have my flare gun out just in case. Just in case. I only have one flare shell left. It's a big surprise when you get... Yeah, it is. It's a big surprise. I mean, because whenever you go against a moose or a bear, you always have to prepare for a worst case scenario. You always have to prepare for, okay, if this guy doesn't go down, I need to I need to get my flare gun out and shoot him, or I need to run and find a place that he can't get to me, or I need to preset that up. But usually when you're, open range hunting him, you don't have a place to go hide. You don't have the choice. Or make a fire. Yep, I did that. I made a fire to stop the bear. Oh, there's a body over here. Interesting. Nothing on it, but hey. Yeah, we're in Forlorn right now. Oregon's most notorious moose murderer. We don't have moose in Oregon, I don't think. I don't think we do. I think it's too far south. I know we got antelope, deer, elk, wolves, cougars. I don't think we have moose, though. I know we have bears, smaller black bears. There's moose. They're just really good at hiding. I bet they are good at hiding. I don't know if we have, I don't think we have moose down here, though, because my dad was a very avid hunter when I was growing up, so I know he always put in for antelope tags, deer, elk tags. Never went for never got a cougar tag or anything. But antelope was a weird thing because if you got... So in Oregon, you could only get drawn for an antelope tag once every I think it was 7 years at the time. So even, irregardless of whether you actually utilize your tag or not, you can only get an antelope tag once every 7 years in Oregon. Or maybe once in every 9. I know there was some restriction on it, because the antelope tag's very hard to get in Oregon. There's very few of them that are available. And I think my dad only got drawn 2 times in his life for an antelope tag, and he only got an antelope once. So, pretty rare tag, pretty rare animal to get in Oregon. Not one that you get drawn for very often, and then once you get a tag, it's not even guaranteed you're gonna you know, be able to use the tag. That was my favorite zone before Forlorn, so I love the Interloper start at Forlorn outside the outside forge match. Yes. Is it forbidden to interact with wildlife in America? I don't know if you want to say it's forbidden, but I believe that, I mean, like, you can't. I think it in Oregon. It goes state by state, Negotiator, in America. It's not. There's not a nationwide anything really. I believe on wildlife. But I think in the state of Oregon, I don't think it's illegal, but I think they discourage you feeding wildlife for sure. Cougars of Oregon sounds like a terrible housewife reality show. Yeah, it changes from state to state. I know some state, and a lot of it I think has to do with the population of the animals in the state. If the population explodes, they'll just be like, you know, but like in Oregon, if you're a farmer and you have deer that live on your farm, you don't need a tag to hunt them. At least you used to not to. Maybe they do now, but I know growing up they didn't need a tag to hunt deer that were actually on their farm.
So cool.
There are animals that are protected, like the wolves. The wolves, I believe, are protected or were protected for a while here in Oregon. I believe there's a few other animals that are protected as well. But you can't just go out and shoot deer. You can't just go out and shoot elk. There's a specific season, a specific time. You have to have a tag. You can't take one if you don't have a tag, or if you're not hunting. Because like sometimes you can, like if like say my dad got drawn for a bull elk tag. Well, him and his 4 friends could all go hunting for bull elk, but they could only take one, and my dad had to be the one that officially tags it as you know, he has to use his tag on it. So it's only illegal if you get caught. Well, the OF, let's see, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, the OF, Oregon, ODF and W. ODF and W is pretty stringent on that stuff. Yeah, but see, that's the thing, negotiators. Anybody could actually shoot the elk, but my dad would have to actually tag the elk as being, you know, to be able to take it. And then once you've taken an elk, most people who go hunting, they're from the city or from smaller towns, so they aren't harvesting, you know, they aren't like doing all the they aren't dressing the kill, other than they dress the kill, but they aren't actually butchering or doing anything like that. So they have to take it to a butcher to have it, you know, turned into hamburger and steaks and all that stuff. And those guys do not actually allow people just to bring animals in that don't have tags on, because they can get in big trouble too. So the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife is pretty. They come down pretty hard on people that poach, and honestly, the hunters, I mean the true hunters, the ones that really love to go hunting, they hate poachers worse than anybody. Because poachers are just bad for them too, because that's less animals that are out there. And so my dad even turned in a poacher one year that he knew was poaching. And you can't shoot from your vehicle. You have to be, I think, 100 yards away from your vehicle. When you go hunting, you can't be in your vehicle. You can't do a drive-by on a deer or something like that. You have to be at least 100 yards away, I believe, from your vehicle to even just shoot. So there's a lot of of regulations and stuff. Oh, they have there's a whole bow hunting season in Oregon, Bad Gamer. Yeah, poacher's an illegal hunter. Yep. There's actually an official bow hunting season in Oregon. And actually the tags for bow hunting are easier to get than people who hunt with rifles, because they figure most people hunting with bows are not going to have as much luck as people hunting with rifles, because you can't take a shot at the distance you can with like a 30-06, like my dad would hunt with. So they do actually have an official bow hunting season as well for people who enjoy that. And it's actually pretty big. There's a lot of people who really enjoy the challenge of bow hunting. So to be honest, Bad Gamer, I didn't grow up poor, but we really relied on my dad going hunting to have a good supply of really good meat for the winter. I know it sounds stupid. It sounds like we're living out in the backwoods, but when my dad went hunting and was actually able to get a deer or an elk or something like that, it was always great, because we would have hamburger and steaks and stuff all winter long. And so, you know, it was one of those things where we didn't waste anything from it, believe me. My dad liked to eat the heart too. Ugh. Well, but see, that's the thing too, Bad Gamer. You can't use, in Oregon, you can't use salt licks, you can't use pheromones, you can't use any sort of, oh, I hate trophy hunters. Trophy hunters are horrible. People who just hunt for the trophy and leave the rest, that's stupid and horrible. I mean, my dad even hated those kind of people too. That's the thing, is like, people who are hunters that are actually hunting for the game. They're actually hunting for, you know, they aren't just hunting for the glory of it. They aren't just hunting to get a trophy. Those are the people that's like my dad was. I never got into hunting, honestly. I went hunting with my dad a couple times, but I was never, my brother got all those genes. I was sort of bored when I was out hunting with my dad, to be honest. Oh, my dad liked the livers too. Oh, with onions. Oh, that was so gross. So gross. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is growing up, I fondly remember, you know, the years that my dad, he'd get drawn. I mean, doe tags are always easy to get in Oregon, because they want to preserve the buck. So buck tags are very hard to get, and most of the time, the buck tags that you can get are just the tags you would get in Oregon would actually specify how many horns or how many splits in the horns the animal could have. So there were ones that there were very specific tags that you could get where you could just get a forked horn where it just has two little splits. Or you could go for like a larger one, but those were very hard to get. But usually my dad just went for the doe tags because they were easier to get, and the chances of getting a doe are a lot greater than getting a buck, because usually in any group of deer there will be multiple does and there will be one or maybe two bucks, and you can't hunt ones that are below a certain age. There's like I said, there's a lot of restrictions on what you can hunt in Oregon, which is good. I mean, you know, that's good. My dad's a butcher by trade. He eats everything. Stomachs of steel. Oh, jeez Louise. But yeah, I mean, I fondly remember the years my dad would get a doe, and we'd have. Oh gosh, the deer jerky was probably my favorite growing up. That was probably my favorite of anything. Was they could make this jerky out of the deer that was so freaking good. It was so amazing. And we just put it in the freezer and it'd last all year long. Oh, those were the days. Those were the days. All right, let's make a couple of, oh, I only have one arrowhead. Let's make an arrow real quick. Get warmed up. I would rather eat fish rather than liver and onion than you're allergic to fish. Oh, my dad was a big fisherman too. We had a lot of fish. We got a lot of fish growing up. My dad was a pretty big fisherman as well, so... you know... I'm almost thinking we make this our main sort of base, quote-unquote. We let this moose hide cure so we can make our moose hide coat. When my dad prepares deer back for dinner, Christmas dinner, I'm already looking forward to this year. And you know, and I understand hunting is not for everybody. Honestly, hunting wasn't for me. I didn't ever really get any thrills out of going hunting with my dad. Not that I was against it or anything. I just never got a big thrill out of it. It just I didn't enjoy stomping around in the woods. It just wasn't my thing. And I think, you know, my brother, his temperament was way more towards it, but I was just kind of like, it's not my thing. I just don't really get it. So, you know, I think it just has to do with a personal, you know, whatever your personal takes are, I guess. All right, let's, how much fuel do I have? Oh, I got nothing. We're gonna let that moose hide cure here. We're gonna go up to the deer clearing up here. Oh, stomping around in the woods was fun, don't get me wrong. But it just kind of got a little boring after a while. I mean, I was only like 13 years old. I mean, 13 years old is kind of young. That's when you got to get people into it, but I just didn't have the temperament for it. I was just like, well, back then, Ephedrine, we didn't have cell phones. We're talking like 1983, my friend. If we wanted to call home to mom, we had to go to town, find a payphone, and give her a call. There were no cell phones. Please put another 25 cents in to get another 3 minutes. Yeah, there were no cell phones back then, so. Yeah, you know, Deathly Cast, looking back on it, cell phones were kind of no time. It was kind of good times, you know? But then again, Deathly Cast, I find that, you know, everybody always rails against technology, that it's ruining the world and stuff. But then, you know, they fail to realize, look at all the good things that have come out of it, too. Look at how available information, entertainment, choice of entertainment and information you can get has improved. I mean, you aren't stuck with the same stuff we were stuck with back then, where you pretty much got what you got and that was it. There was no. Of course, I sprained my wrist. You know, there were a lot less choices back then, and yeah, I wish people would I wish people would learn to disconnect a little bit more sometimes. I think it would be good. I mean, I've gone through periods where I've just like disconnected from my phone for a couple days, or just, you know, I'll have my phone on me, but I'll just not get on, say, Twitter or, you know, any of the other social sites for you know, a couple of days, just because, you know, I find that my whole person gets better, I think, in some ways, by not being on them. Alright, I was hoping there'd be a deer up here, but I'm not seeing one. That makes me sad. Makes me sad, man. Hey, look, it's a backpack. Oh, we got a Vista thing. See, look, there's firewood back here. We could have easily made a fire, got ourselves a deer, made ourselves a fire, and just chilled out back here for a little bit, but no. Let's see where our clothes are at right now.
Someone's gotta go.
Oh, shush the babies, you're fine. Our clothes aren't doing too bad. 87 on my hat is the lowest I got, really. I mean, I have these at 86. Everything's in pretty good shape, really. I guess I can tear those up. Seen so many accidents where people just grab their phones and film rather than help because social media is the hype. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of sad. That's a sad commentary there. My screen time's like 1 hour per day. My girlfriend does everything on her phone and basically only gets on her laptop to write stuff, and and has like less than 6 hours of screen time per day. Yeah, I mean, really, the only reason I'm on a lot of social type stuff is because I stream. I really have no interest in Twitter, no interest in Facebook, no interest in probably 90% of the media stuff out there. I watch a little YouTube because it's fun. I can find a lot of interesting things on YouTube. But, oh, that's why there was no deer out there. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. That's why there was no deer out there. Do we need to sharpen anything? 96, 84. Let's sharpen that up. Yeah, I pretty much watch YouTube, Twitch, and I watch a few, you know, I have a few streaming services that I just watch some shows. Right now, I mean, I just got back into Stargate SG-1. That show's freaking amazing. Why don't they make shows like that anymore? That show, I'm on, I think, episode 17, and that show is just freaking awesome. That is just freaking awesome. SG-1 is... I forgot how good SG-1 was. I forgot how good SG-1 was. Which makes me sad. It's like, how could I forget how good that show was? O'Neill? Oh, gosh. Well, the whole reason I watched SG-1 in the first place, Deathly Cast, is because Richard Dean Anderson was MacGyver. I mean, that's the whole reason I started watching SG-1. It's because I was like, it's got MacGyver in it, baby! It's got MacGyver, come on! You gotta love MacGyver! I mean, I never even had watched the movie at that point. I didn't even realize that it wasn't him in the movie. I was like, oh, there's a SG-1 movie. I'll watch the Stargate movie. And I was like, wait a second, where's Richard Dean Anderson? It's like, oh, he replaced Kurt Russell as... Oh, I see. Oh, I see. But yeah, I mean, you know, there's so many good shows from that era. So many good shows. And most of the stuff coming out today is kind of wah, wah, wah. There's a couple good shows here and there. But most of them are kind of... Most of them are pretty poopy. I remember MacGyver when he had to fix the radiator in a car and he used an egg. Well, yeah, that's the thing is, you know, Muldoon, it's not even so much that they're partisan, it's just that, you know, I remember Star Trek Next Generation. I love that show. And yeah, there were messages in the show, but and Babylon 5, same thing. There were messages in Babylon 5, but the thing was, the difference was they presented the idea, they wrapped up the show and left it up to you to kind of contemplate what they were talking about and actually think about it and go, huh, that's an interesting idea. Instead of beating you over the head with it like they do now. And I think that's the biggest problem is that the idea of letting it's almost insulting because it's telling you that you're too stupid to figure out the idea on your own and you need to be told explicitly the way to think about it. And it's like, no, people are a lot smarter than they give us credit for. People are a lot smarter than they give us credit for. We ain't stupid. We know when things are being, you know, forced upon us, I guess you could say. And that's what I like of shows back then. I mean, Babylon 5 was rife with messages. I remember the episode, hey, Chamir, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh my goodness, let's give out some points for that. Thank you for the 100 bits. I remember distinctly that episode of Babylon 5 where that guy brought the ancient artifact back from a planet that had been completely destroyed. And he put the artifact on his chest, and he became like this hunter of purity. And you know, and it was just it was an allegory for, like, you know, this is what happens when you take the purity idea so far. Nobody is pure. And that planet had basically been destroyed by they basically destroyed themselves. And it was a great episode. It had a great meaning to it. It made you go, huh, that's kind of freaking scary.
Wait.
You know? And it was like, but they didn't beat you over the head with it. Not Sheridan, but Sinclair's speech at the end of that was just awesome. Was just freaking awesome and very poignant and great. And that episode's always stuck with me as like, wow, you know, when you take an idea so far, that look where it leads you. Shows like Married with Children, yeah. Married with Children, even The Office wouldn't be allowed today. Even The Office. Even something like How I Met Your Mother would be a completely different show today. Completely different show today. Well, I think too part of it is that they're just so afraid of offending somebody. It's like, you know what? We all have the right to? We all have the right to be offended. But that doesn't preclude people from offending us. I mean, something I may say may offend somebody. You know, something somebody may say to me may offend me. That doesn't mean it, you know, and a lot of times it'll make me think and go, huh, why does that offend me? Is it a me problem, or is it really that they're being offensive? And there's a big difference between somebody being offensive and somebody saying something to you that, you know, or saying something in a conversation that might offend you a little bit. But then again, people have become very, very adverse to having offensive stuff. And everybody's gauge for offensiveness is completely different. You take you know, say a Baptist Bible person from the South, and they're going to get offended over way different things than somebody who lives in LA. And vice versa. I mean, and who's supposed to say what's right or wrong in that situation, you know? Kind of lost it after the replicators. Oh, Jameer, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. A tier 1 sub going out to Mort13.
Jameer 22 gifted a tier 1 sub to Mort_13.
Oh, thank you so much for gifting that sub out. I hope I didn't offend you. All you can do, Deathly Cast, is laugh. That's all you can do. You can make a decision to either get your panties up in a bunch and get all in a twist about everything, or you can just laugh. And just be like, you know what? C'est la vie. C'est la vie. It takes a lot to offend me, though, so. It takes a lot to offend me. I mean, heck, half the stuff that Chris Rock, that George Carlin, that Richard Pryor did back in the day would probably be offensive today. I mean, by today's standards. And those are some of the funniest mother effers I've ever watched. I mean, those guys were freaking, those guys were kings of comedy. My gray hairs say I had good times and just laugh at the president. Yeah, you know, exactly. Exactly. It was fun because it was offensive. Yeah. Well, and part of that, Muldoon, is that sometimes those offensive things are the things that make us think. The things that are offensive. I mean, I remember back, you know, Howard Stern back in the day, back before Howard Stern became really kind of not Howard Stern anymore. People would ask him, "Why do you have the leader of the Ku Klux Klan on your show? Why do you interview him?" And he was like, "For the simple reason that I want people to see how ridiculous he is. I want to shine the light of truth on him Because honestly, the light of truth is sometimes the best disinfectant. That's an old saying, but it's true. The light of truth can sometimes show people who may not be aware how ridiculous something is.
I need to drop something.
And that's and I remember him always defending that and being like, well, because I want people to see how stupid he is. Oh, Pryor was a god. He was so damn funny. And he pointed out stupid things that people were like, you know, a lot of times comedy will make you kind of go, "Oh yeah, that's kind of true and it's kind of funny and oh my god," but it's their way of showing absurdities in reality that we kind of just overlook sometimes, which I think is a great thing as well. Because I think sometimes we get so damn comfortable in our own little bubbles of ideas that we never ever look outside of them. We never take a look at them from the outside and go, maybe we need to rethink that, or maybe I need to think of it from another direction or something. So I think I can't remember what the guy's name was, but yeah, I mean, you know, the light of truth is the best disinfectant. It is. It allows things not to fester. It allows things to not be Uncle Fester. His stories of when he was a host at a mafia bar. Oh God, yeah. Oh, Pryor was just, he was a god. I mean, gosh dang, we've lost so many greats, so many greats. George Carlin too. Good God, George Carlin was hilarious. George Carlin was awesome. Miss him too. Can you do a quick gear check? Yes. So I still need to make my bear hide coat and my moose hide jacket. I've made the moose hide satchel, the deerskin pants and boots, rabbit skin hat and gloves, but I still need my 2 coats. So that's why I wanted to spend some time outside. I just want to say this community is exactly as nice as I imagine when watching recordings on YouTube. I hope everyone has a great day. Well, Ephedrine, I hope you come back at some time, maybe on a weekend when I'm streaming, because if I stream on the weekends, I'll start at 9 a.m. I won't be streaming this weekend because it's Lord of the Rings weekend. But when I do stream on the weekends, I start at 9, and I usually start with Long Dark. So
I'm not sure.
So I would highly encourage you to join us. And I'll usually tweet out if I'm going to stream on the weekends. So you'll have lots of advance warning. Lots of advance warning that I will be on. So, but have a great rest of your night. Get some good rest tonight, my friend. And I'm so glad you were able to come by and join us. You've got the phone you got the phone notifications now. Uh-oh. Now you're in trouble. It's late evening for you too. Okay. I want to try your name again. It's a V. Vrant. Gervrant. Maybe it's Gervrant. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's closer. But thank you for coming by, my friend. Screen names are the hardest thing for me. Screen names are the hardest thing for me. So if I screw yours up, I'm so sorry. But we also got the bow, we got arrows, we got our knife and our hatchet. We got a few, I think we still have a few, yeah, we got a few sharpening stones still. We actually have 2 bows. I don't know why I have the better bow out right now. We almost have archery 5. Archery 5 is coming. That's why I'm shooting rabbits, because I'm this close to archery 5. This close. Oh my goodness gracious. Faith coming in with the 3 year. 3 years. Faith, thank you for the 3-year resub. That's a long time. Is it Gervrant? Is it Gervrant? Is it Gervrant?
Wow, 3 years.
Is it more like a J sound for me? Like Gervrant? Maybe I got closer this time because I was going Gervrant. But is it more like Gervrant? I'll get this down eventually. Tyler, how you doing? But Faith, thank you so much for the 3-year resub. No, it's not. Okay. You know by the next time you're here, I'll have forgotten it all over again. Let's give Tyla a shout out, boys and girls. Tyla is part of our stream team. Tyla's part of our stream team. Go check her out sometime. She's awesome and amazing. And go check out all of our stream team members. They are all... Chevront? Is it more like Chevront? Deathly Cast, is it more like Chevront? Maybe it is. Oh, is Chevront is Chevront more close? Is it Chevront? No, it's like solid G. Chevront. Like I said, I'll have forgotten it by the next time you're here, and we'll have to go through all this again because I have the memory of a goldfish. I know. Phonetics. English is a horrible language to begin with. And I can barely speak English. But Tyla, thank you so much for being here. I hope you're having a fabulous, fabulous day. Oh, you know what? I was worried about meat. You know what? I have a whole bear. I have a whole freaking bear. Well, not a whole, it's about half a bear because the damn wolves ate my meat. They ate my meat bags from my first bear that I killed here on Mystery Lake. They ate my freaking meat bags. But I have pretty much a whole bear out there. I never put my birch or maple in here, did I? Put the birch and the maples, the guts. Oh, I can't put the hides in there. I did see, you know, it's so funny you mentioned that, Tyler, because I was actually going to play Infected tonight. I was actually gonna play Infected tonight. I saw they had a new update, and I haven't played Infected since like April. I was actually gonna give it a try tonight and try to play some Infected again. It's funny that you bring that up, because I was actually gonna do it. I don't know why the damn Discord. I turned off all the alerts on Discord. I turned off all my alerts on Discord. Why does it keep going off? Why is it go? Why does the Discord keep going off? I don't know. Why do I have Discord still up? That was a Steam. Oh, that was a Steam noise. Oh, that was a Steam noise. Okay, I do have Steam open. That was a Steam noise. What's going on Steam? I don't know what that is. Okay, that was interesting. All right. Yeah, I got a new AI system. It got a boss. There's a boss mob in it now. There's some sort of boss vampy. They got rid of the night raids. They got rid of the horde knights, but they replaced it with a boss. From what I saw. I think you have to individually mute the servers. Well, I did a general mute on Discord. I mean, there's a button you can go and click and it will basically mute all... It'll mute everything, basically. So I did that. How much wood do I have? Not a whole heck of a lot. So I did that. Did I read that book already? No, I did not. Look at me. Heck, the bear might be back up over here. I don't know. It's been a while. I mean, yeah, it was a big patch on this last one, Deathly Cast. They did a very large patch. Very large patch, so... Yeah, I muted all of Discord, so that was a Steam. That was somebody sending me some picture on Steam or something, so... Just gotta be very careful with wolves right now. Because there could be wolves out here. Yeah, Above Snakes was actually a lot of fun, Deathly Cast, and actually, if you liked the playthrough of Above Snakes, they have a free demo of Above Snakes available right now on Steam. So you can play the exact same demo that I played, is available on Steam for free right now. It's an isometric game, which I'm not a big fan of isometric view, but it actually controls pretty well. It actually controls pretty well, so I do really highly recommend Above Snakes. It was a lot of fun. It was a cool way that they did the game. Oh jeez Louise! You dodged right at the last moment, you little bastard! You little bastard. Probably went after my clothing a bit. Yeah, he did. A little son of a biscuit. Oh, I got a sprained wrist. That would be bad. Really? Seriously? Yeah, you get to go down. Could mean the bears around here, but I don't know. Hey, look, there's food for us. Woo! Yeah, I heard you say it already downloaded. Haven't had a chance to play it yet. Oh, it's still up next week when I come back. Definitely Cast. I think August is the month that they're letting people try it out. So I think it's going to be available all month on that download. So I don't think you'll have to worry about that very much.
I need to find food.
I know you do. But guess what? We got some bear meat right here, buddy. Bear meat right here. Yum, yum, yum. Yeah, this is the spot where the wolves kept grabbing my meat. Whoa! Good God, all I'm grabbing is the small pieces. Oh, look! Look what's over there, boys and girls. It's the bear. There's the bear right over there above my arrow. Yep, coal respawns in mines. The coal in the mines always respawn, so. Woo, that guy was coming at like 9,000 miles an hour. Jeez Louise. That guy was coming fast. He was like, "Hello, Atheenon, how you doing today?" "Hello, my name is Indigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die." Unwoofed. Oh, wow. That guy is actually... The bear is actually coming this way because of the meat I have on me. That is crazy. I mean, we could try an open... We could try an open hunt here. I have one flare shell left. I do have a fire, so I'm kind of semi-protected. Shoot it in the sky. Maybe somebody will see. No, I don't think that's going to happen. Does the bear still charge you when you shoot him and stand near a fire? Yes. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. If I stood right on the fire here, he'd basically go there and he'd sit. Ba-na-ba-na-ma. Right now he's smelling me. He doesn't even know I'm here. All he smells is the food. See, if I drop the meat, see, he just turns away. All I need is one piece of raw meat on me and he smells me. Be pretty funny if the bear would run through the fire and burn to death. I mean, that's what would happen if it ran through his fire. Ran through it. There we go. There we go. Bear down. Archery 5, baby! Oh yeah! Woo! Let's go! Now we can draw bows while we crouch. Yay! Now we can draw them while we crouch. Yeah! Yeah, 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 yeah. So what I'm gonna do... harvest a little bit of them. Come back and get my meats.
It's getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter.
I'm gonna put a couple of these cheap meats on here. I guess I'll eat one of those. Why not? Let's cook up a little tea for ourselves. Drink that down and get a little warm-up bonus. There we go. Let's throw a couple big pieces of meat on. Nice thing about doing this is you can actually harvest the bear in segments.
I need to find a place to rest.
So if you start quartering him, it'll let you quarter him until you're done. You can actually stop the quartering. Oh, really?
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Fabulous. Actually, you know what? Let's drop a birch bark tea. Drink that all the way down. Go finish quartering him. He's only got like 17 minutes left. There we go. There we go. Woo! Let's go, baby. All right, let's harvest up the bear meat.
Cold.
I know you are, buddy. It's a sad commentary, but I know you're cold, my friend. I know you're cold, buddy. It's very cold out here. Oh shoot, I didn't drop the guts inside. Let's drop the guts and the hide inside. I forgot about that. Always start a fire, start doing something Blizzard, yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that let's be honest, the fire lasted a good long time. I mean, it's one of those where it seems like killing a bear brings on a blizzard sometimes. I don't know why. I don't know why that is.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah, you have a good time. Well, here's a blizzard. Nice. Some variations in voice lines would be nice. Yes, they would. If they could add anything to the game, I would love them to have some more variations on the voice lines. That would be very nice. I'd love them to add some more voice lines in.
I could just lay down. Have a little sleep.
Have a little sleepy poo. A voice line DLC, I'd pay for it. I would totally go for that. Ah! Yeah, I've never felt so cold in my life. Does lose a little bit of meaning when you've heard it for the 20th time.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Or wonder if I can drop any of this gear. You actually know a guy who did the McKinsey voice. Oh, that's awesome. Be interested to see character upgrade choice trees, level 2 cooking, choose between 10% calories or 10% less risk of parasites for level 3, your choice depending. It would be kind of interesting to see a branching tree. That would be kind of cool. I wouldn't argue against that, Jameer. I think that'd be kind of neat. To have a branching tree like that would be kind of a cool thing. Maybe with their next game they'll do that. I doubt they'll do that with this game because it's kind of already too late for them to make those kind of changes with this game. But I could see them doing that with the next game they do. I really could. I think of any complaint a lot of people have had about this game is the very linear way that the skills work. That it's you get a skill up for every time you accomplish a task. Like every time you do a singular harvest, you get a skill up. Every time you cook a piece of meat, you get a skill out. That sort of stuff. Hey, have a great one, Ephedrine. We'll see you later on, buddy. Thanks again for coming by and hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. Yeah, he did Shepard's voice in Mass Effect as well. Yep, that's true. But yeah, I think if anybody's has any complaints about like the skills in the game, it's just that they're very linear as far as, you know, you do a specific skill, and every time you do it correctly, you get a skill up. I think it's a little overpowered with the with cooking and harvesting, and very underpowered on mending. Because I think every time you try to mend something, you should gain some sort of skill. But you have to go through that. You have to either fail or have a completed attempt. But, yeah, it does look like Maglin's fire time, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We use the Maglins. We use the Maglins. Yeah, but diminishing returns could be interesting, too. Real Resident, thank you for the 20-month reason. Oh, jeez Louise, I lost the fire. I lost the fire. That was going to be our fire dance. It was a system what worked for them in the past when the game was just a game. It was just game out and keep it to it as people got used to it. Yeah.
For 20 months.
Did I do a Maglins only? I did a no match one. Yes.
Can't feel my hands.
I did do a no match run, where I couldn't use any sort of I couldn't use matches at all. And that was kind of fun. That actually was kind of fun. It wasn't a Maglins only, but I mean that's what it devolved into. Because I used a couple flares to get stuff early, but that was about it. I used a couple flares to light some fires early and just make some water, but beyond that it was just Maglins and fire strikers. But yeah, I did do that. The no match run was really painful at times. It's like I just want to light a fire and get warmed up, and the weather just sucks, you know. The weather's horrible, and the game's like, no, you get no sunlight on your shoulder today, my friend. It's like, no. Oh, you can always do this. You can always do that. That's open to everybody, Deathly Cast. That is open to everyone. Now the big fun's gonna be trying to take all this meat back with me. There we go, we'll use the pots so we can go in here and break something down. What can we break down in here? Oh, a chair in 29 minutes, that's good enough. Break that down, yeah. I already took those little things. How about this bench? Oh, 39 minutes, that's perfect too. There we go. Unless the weather's changed out here, we should be okay. Ooh, we'll eat some moldy bear meat. Yum! Yum! Yes! We love the moldy bear meat's the best. Almost got enough meat to make a bed, I know. Like a meat bed. See, is there anything else in here? Oh god, yeah, where I auto walked into the ravine. That was sad. God, we got these shelves, but they take it 2 hours to break down. To break down that shelf though in 29 minutes. Might as well do that. Got a few more teas to drink here. I'm gonna have to make some water. That's good though. Water takes a couple hours to boil 2 liters, so we'll make water on our next pass. And then we'll come in and break down one of those shelves that takes 2 hours to break down. That'll work out perfectly. Ooh, this wind is bad for business. Hey, Shanzo, how you doing? We just got the bear again. That wind could easily blow my fire out. Well, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. We get 6 out of that. I guess we'll see if our fire gets blown out when we get out there. Oh, it's still going! It's still going! Yay! It's still going! Woohoo! Hail to the conquering fire! Well, you know, Nuka Goblin, you know, some deaths in the game can be very... And I think some of it has to just to do with your mood, you know, what kind of mood you're in and stuff. But it is very easy. It is very easy to get triggered in the game. And I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to say I'm perfect. I get triggered every once in a while on it too. But most of the time you just have to remind yourself it's not personal. I mean, you can sometimes the death can teach you things and you can pick yourself up and get a better run going, you know? It's you know, you can't let it crush you, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, yeah, like the gas mine, yeah, that one got under my skin a little bit. That one got a little under my skin. The gas, if I could change one thing in Long Dark, I would take out that stupid gas mine. It's a dumb feature to have in a permadeath game. It's not bad to have in the story game because it's like, it's sort of a puzzle to figure out. And yeah, it can kill you, but if you figure it out, you get to, you know, you get to move on. But, to have it in the permadeath mode is yeah, I don't believe it has any part in permadeath. Yeah. I don't believe it has any part in permadeath. Now, the funny thing about that is that that file actually glitched somehow, and that file I still actually have. I won't play it again because honestly, that would be kind of that wouldn't be right, I don't think. But he's still around. He's still alive. It wouldn't be what do they call it? It wouldn't be playing by Hoyle's rules, so. Well, this fire has lasted us very well. Take a nice drink of water. Yeah, well, you know, I'm glad that they're separating survival and story. I think it's going to be a good benefit to the game overall, because now they'll be able to actually do things with story mode that they weren't able to do, or with survival mode they weren't able to do before, and they'll be able to do things with story mode that they won't be able to do before, that they weren't able to do before. So I think overall, as a whole, it's going to improve the game a bunch. Especially just creatively with what they can do now. I walked into the gas completely exhausted and couldn't run when I could have just gotten some sleep. Yeah, it was a very frustrating element to the game for sure. Very frustrating. Hold on just a second. Oh, that's awesome. My daughter has an interview Saturday morning at Powell's Books here in Portland. That's cool. That's awesome. I'm so happy for her. That would be a great job to get. Powell's Books is like a kind of a legendary bookseller here in Portland, Oregon.
Someone's gotta go.
They actually have a downtown location here in Portland it's an entire city block, multi-story, and it's a great bookstore. It's an amazing bookstore. Love Powell's Books. They've got just about everything there. Anything you could ever desire, pretty much. Also, that I can't do when I play this game is when I kill an animal like a wolf, a lot of people are like, he's dead, leave it. And there's me who's like, I'd like to harvest everything I kill. Well, you know, the main reason for leaving a wolf, like this wolf here, I'm not going to touch. The main reason for leaving them and not even touching them is that it just takes longer for them to despawn. That's the main driving force for me, is that I don't like to have the wolves respawn quickly. And if you harvest a wolf, or if you even touch the wolf, you are increasing his decay rate. And if you harvest them all together, you now have started the spawn timer on the next wolf. And so for me, I like to just leave them because that makes the next wolf take longer to spawn, because the next wolf won't start to spawn until the previous wolf is decayed. And so I like to just, I like to just, you know, because really all the wolves are in late game Interloper are just, they're just an annoyance that you have to keep killing. And I would rather not have to kill them, because that saves on your bow, it saves on your arrows, it makes it so you don't have to spend as much time or energy defending yourself. Which I prefer not to have to do that later in the game. Just because it just allows me to have more freedom. Atreyu, thank you for the host and the raid there. Appreciate that very much. Let's see if I can give you a shout out here. There we go. 22. Atreyu, thank you again for the host and the raid. Last plane software game in development. Oh, well, there's Long Dark right there. Go check him out. Give him a follow. Knifo with the Twitch Prime sub coming in. Oh, here comes the wolf. Here comes the wolf. Here comes the wolf, hey. Be careful. Be careful.
That was close.
Yes, that was very close. Very close. I see Twitch is pushing more ads than Yules. They are deathly cast. I've noticed that when I've been in other streams, too. I'm like, come on, Bezos. You got a lot of money. What are you doing? What are you doing to me? Yes, they have been lately. I've noticed that in other streams as well. They've been pushing them out, baby. They're like big babies. They push a lot out. They love it. They love their ads. It's like almost getting as bad as YouTube. Maybe they're looking at the YouTube market and going, well, we need to be more like YouTube. We need to be more like the YouTubes. We need to be more like them YouTubes over there. More like the YouTube. You know, when I get on the YouTube, it's got the same thing. Yeah, I usually play Long Dark, but did some programming this evening. Hope you're hiking well. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, YouTube's not too bad since you can skip them. I think also one of the reasons they're doing it. Here's just, you want to hear my conspiracy theory, Deathly Cast? Here's my conspiracy theory. I think that they've noticed their sub revenue go down, especially now that people have little tighter wallets. And they're like, oh yeah, I get revenue from YouTube. Yep, I got over 1,000 subs on YouTube, so I think it's to push subs. To be honest, I think that's the reason. I think they've noticed their sub revenue has taken a dive, and they're like, oh, well, we want more people to sub, and so we'll make it an option that if you sub to a channel, you don't get any ads, unless of course they push. Unless I always have the option to run an ad break, which I think everybody sees, but yeah, I do get ad revenue from YouTube. It's not a lot. I mean, Deathly Cast, honestly, my ad revenue from YouTube, and I don't care if people know, I maybe get, I mean, it's not awful. I get like maybe like $150 every couple months from YouTube and ad revenue. So it's not like I'm retiring on YouTube ad revenue or anything. But I am partnered with YouTube, so I do get ad revenue from them. So, but feel free to skip the ads. Honestly, yeah, you know, hey, I would be uploading to YouTube anyway, and it's like, okay, well, that's cool. I get some ad revenue from YouTube, so, you know, that's cool. Oh, you don't have to. Feel free to skip them. Honestly, feel free to skip them. I just, let me put it this way, Deathly Cast. I'm not losing any sleep, and I'm not starving over you skipping a YouTube ad. I'm honestly not, so... You know, I don't have a big enough channel to really, like, make money on YouTube. You know, I have, like, I think I have 4,200 subs on YouTube. My average video gets a couple hundred views, which I'm totally thrilled with. Don't get me wrong. I'm totally thrilled with that. That's freaking more than I ever expected from YouTube. I mean, when I started. I mean, when I started uploading videos to YouTube, it was more for me than anybody else. Because I wanted to have sort of a repository of, you know, a place where I could have a repository of my videos where I would have to, like, download them myself and have, like, hard drive backups and stuff, you know? So for me, YouTube started out as more of a, I want to have, like, all my history of stuff on there. So don't feel bad. Don't ever feel bad about skipping ads on YouTube. It's totally fine. I do it all the time too. I do it all the time as well. So I'm not gonna cast shade on anybody skipping a YouTube video, a YouTube ad. So 39 minutes. We'll get those going. Slurpee, how you doing, buddy? Come on, there we go. There we go. We're cooking this whole bear up tonight, boys and girls. We're just gonna cook the whole buddy before we go to bed. And then we'll have lots of meat. See, and this is also giving me a lot of outtime side, or outside time, side. I can't talk now. It's giving me a lot of outdoor time, which I need, because my next goal is to craft my bear hide coat, which is like 30 plus indoor hours, and to craft my moose hide cloak, which is another like 30 hours. So we're talking like probably 4 days inside. And so I want to have as much time outside before that as I can, because that allows me to spend more time indoors without risking cabin fever. To be honest, I'll probably get a cabin fever risk before I finish making my bear hide coat. Just because it takes so freaking long. But that's okay. We'll have all this outdoor time that'll offset that, so... But also, boys and girls, this is the moment where I'll say, hey, if you are watching on YouTube right now, please, please, please hit that like and subscribe button. Mainly, I mean, I'd love to get a sub from you on YouTube, but if I don't, it's not going to break my heart. It's not going to, you know, make me lose sleep. But please hit that like button if you do like the content, because that does help in the algorithm, and it gets my stuff exposed to more people, because the higher it is in the algorithm, the more people will see it. Which is super helpful, but please feel free to click that sub button as well. Hit the notification button so you get notified when I put up new videos, which I try to put up my videos of all my Twitch streams, within a few days of them being live. Please feel free to hit those buttons and give me a like, a subscribe, the notification button. If you want to go that extra mile and share the video with friends, please feel free to do that. I know my stuff is more of a long format content, but you know what? I've noticed the long format content has really become a little bit bigger on Twitch lately. People don't mind it as much, so, play it in the background while you're doing other stuff. You can always listen to me riff for hours on video games and stuff, so, hey, there's always that. There, that's my YouTube plug right there. That's my YouTube plug. But I do appreciate all of you who watch on YouTube, and please feel free to comment on the videos, because I do, believe it or not, I do actually look at my comments. I do look at my comments. I do reply to the comments. I like them and reply to them, so. Cabin fever is quite a thing to get rid of. You have to spend so much time outside. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. It is. You don't want to get cabin fever. It's a pain in the butt. It's a pain in the butt to do. PTR. I haven't had up to snuff with Diablo. Played it a lot in the past. Gosh, Diablo 3. I haven't played that in so freaking long. So freaking long. But J Nick, how you doing? Snare Farm. Snare Farm Fiend says cooking 4 rabbits a day keeps the cabin fever away. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Unicorn Felicia, hello, my dear. How you doing? How's it going tonight? I hope you are doing a fabuloso and having a great evening. All right, well, we got a lot of meat, boys and girls. Not just one, but this is like 1.5 bears. These are all kilo pieces of meat too. Every single one. I think every single one of these is a kilo, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2. Oh no, like that one there is not a kilo. I'm gonna eat that one. That one's a liar. That one's a liar piece. Yeah, these are all like kilos. Yeah, baby. Yeah, this is a lot of bear meat. The main reason I need this is because we're gonna go crafting, and while I'm crafting, I won't have access to food or water. I have to have my food and water sort of like set to go already, and while we're crafting, I'm not gonna go out hunting or anything. So this has a dual purpose. It gets us food and water for when we go crafting, and it also will get us a lot of outdoor time. So sort of a dual purpose adventure here that we're experiencing. Couple reasons to do it, and it gets us another bear hide. It gets us this much closer to having a bearskin bedroll as well, which we still need to make too, because I don't have that either. And I honestly, I'd love to have a bearskin bedroll. The bearskin bedroll is very nice. It's very nice. Yeah, at least the weather's been good for me, you know? It's a beautiful night out. Got a beautiful evening going on. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna cook up some teas while we cook this bear meat. Not that I need it, but you know what? Teas are always good. Teas are always nice to have, just because you can always warm them up and use them as a warm-up tea, which never goes out of style. Never goes out of style to have teas to warm you up. Especially if you're cold, you know, especially if like you're in that situation where you're like, God, I really need to harvest this, but I don't want to take much damage doing it. The tea can really come in handy because you can warm the tea up. Then you have the warm-up bonus while you're harvesting the animal. I'm going to dump a bunch of these small teas when I get back to... But look at all the teas I have, and it's only 3 kilos. It's under 3 kilos. With all the teas I got, it's under 3 kilos, because all these are 0.01s. So. Alright, well, we are pretty much done with the bear. Mr. Bear.
Right here,
Mr. Bear, I honor your sacrifice. Hey, Cryogen, how you doing? It's going good. It's going good. We just took down, have I ever played Wintermute? Yeah, I played Wintermute all the way through. Yep, I played Wintermute all the way through. The run's going great. We got back here to Mystery Lake. We're letting our moose hide cure right now. We spent a lot of time outside. We killed another bear. Spent a bunch of time outside harvesting them up, cooking them, doing all of our stuff and things. So we got a lot of outdoor time in our sort of our bank. And now we're gonna go back over. We got a new bear hide. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave that bear hide to cure here, because I want to carry as much meat as I possibly can back with that. It's like we can carry like 14 pieces of meat back with us right now, so that's good. I'm gonna eat down these small pieces, and then we're gonna carry like 14 kilo pieces of meat back, because I want to craft up my bearskin coat, my moose hide coat, and possibly look at getting the bearskin bedroll too. Oh, cattails and teas are the bread and butter of Long Dark. Yeah, definitely. Especially on Interloper, especially early Interloper. Cattails and teas are the way to go.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Perfect. 4969, baby. Let's go. Let's get our bad bow out though. Get the low condition bow going. Yeah, cattails especially. If you play on Voyager or Stalker, you aren't going to use cattails very much. But make a note, make a mental note of where all the cattails are. Make a mental note where all the cattails and all the stuff is, because you'll want those when you start playing on Interloper. You don't really need them in Stalker or Pilgrim or Voyager because there's so much food around and there's guns and stuff to shoot deer and wolves and bears with. But when you start playing Interloper, you really heavily rely on those cattails and the T's early in the game. Oh boy, yeah, that's great. Bippity boppity boo.
Damn. Freezing.
I know you are, buddy. That's okay. We'll be in the camp office soon. We'll be in the camp office soon. It's not a big deal. It's not a huge deal. Yeah, I think right now, I mean, we're still slowly growing on YouTube. I've got like almost 4,300 subs on YouTube, so that's kind of cool. It's more than I ever thought I'd have. More than I ever thought I'd have, so. Yep, straight ahead, just a couple miles, straight down the road. Yeah, it's like negative 50, 67 out. Negative 67. All right, there's the next marker. So now we just go straight on till morning. Sort of like over that direction. Cattails stocks have saved my life so many times. Well, and also Athpack, the big thing in the beginning of the game, especially on Interloper, is the other benefit that cattails have is you can take the cattail stalk to eat, but you can also take the cattail head, and you have pretty much unlimited tinder. You don't have to be breaking down your sticks to make tinder. So you just save the time breaking it down, and you always have tinder to start those fires early in the game, which can be very, very... That can change your life right there, because it can mean the difference between trying to being really cold and trying to make a fire and going, oh crap, I have no tinder. I have to break a stick down, so now you're spending more time breaking a stick down and losing health. Instead, you just, boom, you can just make a fire. Two maps I know out of my back pocket are Mystery Lake, Forlorn, but those were the ones I started with in the olden days of the game. Oh yeah, well in Forlorn, you can always get a Forlorn start. I mean, I personally prefer Hush River Valley start or Ash Canyon start, just for the stuff you get from them. You use heads to make markers on the lake. Yeah, you can do that too. Yep. And cattail heads are the lightest, which are for inventory maniac is perfect. Yeah. All right, we're gonna take a couple pieces of meat inside us with us. Ba-boom. All right, so let's grab our bear hides. Let's grab our guts. Drink our water. And now we're gonna craft ourselves up a bear skin coat, baby. Yeah, 39 freaking hours. We won't even be able to craft that long before it gets dark. Yep. I mean, now, theoretically, I can build a fire over here. And still keep crafting. Which isn't a bad idea. If you build a fire in this potbelly stove here, you can still keep crafting even in the dark. And how many blizzards in those 39 hours? Hey, JNix, thank you for the follow. So yeah, we can build a fire here and keep crafting because we aren't that tired, so... And crafting doesn't wear you out that much. I don't want to use either of those. So we got about 4 hours? Okay. Cool, cool. Put a little water on. Oh, I can't light a torch off that. That's weird. There we go. And as long as we're standing within light of the fire, we can craft for an hour and a half. Get a little more crafting done here. Go get our water. Oh, that is so weird. It won't let me. It won't let me light a torch off of it for some reason. So strange. Now I'll just sleep in here.
I need to drop something.
I know we need to drop some. Yeah, we got a lot of water on us. Alright, let's go upstairs, get a little rest. We aren't going to sleep for very long. I'm going to sleep till dawn, and that's going to be it. So I'm only going to sleep like 5 hours. I don't need to sleep. I don't need to sleep for, I don't need to sleep for health, so. I mean, I could use a little health, I suppose, but I don't really need to sleep for it. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. A little water in us. Sun's just coming up, so we should be almost... almost good. It helps if you know your way around, but if you don't, you can use the bearskin bedroll, and you can sort of figure out where you're going. There's the stove, and there's, or not the bearskin bedroll, just any bedroll will do, and there's the crafting table. We just not use that. I wonder if I can craft at this moment. Let's see. It's almost light out, so, yep. Yay, the sun came out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. Atheenon will stop singing tomorrow. No, we won't. Yeah, we'll probably go over to the cave overlook and sleep tonight. Just to get that sort of off our plate. Oh, it sounds like a nice little storm came up. Maybe we won't do that. Nope, I think we're just gonna stay in here and sleep. We'll have to go outside and spend a few days outside after this. But then again, we had like a day and a half. We had a day and a half cooking the bear. We had a day and a half cooking the bear. We spent a day up up above us, over on the other ridge, just chilling. Up there where we killed the rabbit. So it should be fine. We'll probably start getting cabin fever at some point. But you don't get cabin fever right away. You don't get cabin fever right away. So. Haven't got it yet. The sun is up. Oh, and more blizzard. Yeah, look, you hear that out right now? There's another blizzard going on right now. Right now, there's another blizzard going on. It's game loves to give me blizzards. You called it, Deathly Cast. You called it. You said, oh, there's gonna be blizzards. Gonna be blizzards. Oh, yeah. Eat my meats. Drink of my water. You always want to eat the meat before you drink, boys and girls, because it's going to dehydrate you anyway. Only got 11 and a half hours to go. And top it off, there'll be one when you're done crafting. No! Don't say that. How dare you? How dare you say that? How dare you? Let's craft as long as we can until it gets dark.
No power in
There we go.
can stop me.
So what do we got? We got three, just under 4 hours to go. It's not too bad. It's not too shabby. I dare to say this. It happened to me. Yeah. It's happened to me too. Let's load up on food. Get ourselves nice and completely full. And we're down to under 3 liters of water now. All right. We're gonna go sleep on top of the hill here. There's the cave up here at the overlook that we're gonna just chill in for the night. Oh my goodness! Anna with the host in the raid. Holy crapola! Let me give you guys night vision for this because it's very dark out here. It's an Anna raid. Let's give Anna a shout out. I'll pause here for just a second.
Noted. Ooh,
Ooh.
that was spicy.
It's a spicy kill in Valheim. It was a spicy kill in Valheim. Well, how you doing? You're playing some Ark. You know, I tried playing Ark. I just couldn't get into it. I tried it. I don't know. Just it wasn't my bag. You know how games just aren't your bag. It's not like it was a bad game. It just I was just like, yeah, I'm a good. But how you doing, Anna? I hope you're having a great night. Hi, everybody from Anna's channel. I am Atheenon. I play a wide variety of survival-style games. The Long Dark is my main game that I play. Right now, we are in the middle of crafting up our bearskin coat. I usually play on interloper settings for The Long Dark, if you know what the game is. It's probably the best solo survival. It is the best solo survival game in existence, bar none. I usually play on Interloper. Right now we're on day. Ooh, I gotta turn that down. We're on day 72. We're on day 72. 71 days survived. We've spent now 10 days in Mystery Lake, 5 days in Forlorn, Muskeg, 29 days in Mountain Town, and 21 in Hush River Valley. We have so far killed 36 wolves, 5 bears, 2 moose, 5 deer, and 41 little rabbities. Most importantly, that's very odd stat. We found 0 can openers. That's the most important stat to keep your eye on, is how many can openers you find. And we found 0. So yeah, it's been a good run so far. Our gear is not too bad. We got the rabbit skin hat and gloves, deer skin boots and pants, got a moose hide satchel, got a combat pants, got a Mackinac jacket and a parka. We're right now making a bearskin coat though, so we'll be soon replacing this parka with a bearskin coat. Yeah. But yeah, we're doing pretty good. Still don't have 2 wool sweaters, and I've only found 1 pair of socks this entire game. We're probably going to be socksless most of the time, but socks aren't that important. They don't get that warm, so yeah. Well, you know, Mutton Sourdough, it doesn't matter whether you suck or whether you're really good or whether you're playing on Pilgrim, Voyager, Stalker, Interloper, Custom, a Challenge, Wintermute, whatever you're playing, as long as you're playing The Long Dark, you're doing it right. And you got big props from me for playing it. Because it's not an easy game. On any difficulty level. I mean, honestly, it's not. And you have to play the game on the level that's comfortable for you. And I know a lot of people, I mean, and you gotta also remember that less than like 5% of players play the Long Dark on Interloper as a regular thing. That's less than 5% of the people out there play it on as a regular gameplay mode. Most people don't play it on that. Most people play it on Stalker or Custom or something like that. So don't ever feel bad about not playing on Interloper. I find Interloper to give me the right mix of challenge as well as fun. And I think that's the nice thing about this game. You can find your own mix of challenge versus fun. And if it doesn't fit with one of the 4 standard levels, you can go make a custom game. And do that. And that can be fun. So, but you got to find it for yourself. Yeah, never any player shame here. But honestly, that's the thing also about this community, Griffin Shale. I've never seen anybody... I personally have never seen anybody shame or try to shame somebody for not playing it on a harder difficulty level, you know? People come into forums and ask questions and stuff. They're like, hey, I was on Voyager, and I didn't understand this. Can somebody help me out? And nobody goes, oh, you're a wuss because you're only playing it on Voyager, you know? I have never seen anybody do that. Everybody's always very helpful and, you know, very accommodating to the player base as a whole. Okay, I can't find my way, so we're gonna use the bedroll. Oh, there's I was right by the crafting table. There's the crafting table right there. There it is right there. So you can find your way with the bedroll. There's the stove. And then over here's the stairs. There's the stairs going up. Boop, 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 boop. And boop, 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 boop. And here's the upper floor. Can walk over here. Find the bed. There's my bed. Boop. There we go. I recently started playing Project Zomboid, and my opinion is a close second to top survival games. Yeah, I like the concept of Project Zomboid, Realm Dog. The main problem I have with it is my brain does not function well with the isometric view. And I understand why they did that. It's so they can just have massive hordes of zombies and stuff coming at you. But my brain just, for whatever reason, just does not like isometric view. For me, that just doesn't work very well. So. Abby! Abby with the 100 bits.
Shame. Ding, ding, ding.
Shame. Shame. Ding, ding, ding.
Less than 3.
Shame. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, we're gonna. I didn't want to drop that. I just want to take it off. Take it off, Atheenon. Take it off. Take that off. Oh yeah, baby. Look at that. We got that nice coat going on. Hoo-yah! Hoo-ha-ha! I bet my moose hide's cured too now. Oh yeah, moose hide's cured as well. Nice. Very nice. Now we're gonna grab our deer skins out of here. Take a couple of my rabbit skins out of here. That way we can repair a few things. Got my backup bedroll in there. Bippity bop. Alright, there we go. I need more cowbell. I do need more cowbell. I need more cowbell like I don't know why I have a 0.0. I wonder if that'll give me anything in my lantern. Does it help? Oh. It filled my lantern up. It said 0.0, but it still filled my lantern up a little bit. Alright, we're gonna go up to our cave and get rid of some of this, oh, we got more cured birch here. Nice! I think they give us like 14 birch in here, yeah. We got a few birch hanging around, boys and girls. Got a few birch, few maples. We got a few things. 'Twas 0.01. Oh. Well, how you doing, Abby? I saw you were playing. What were you playing? You were playing something. A bear. It's like I saw you were playing some game where you like are a bear and you have a inn or something. I didn't quite understand what it was. I think you were playing that game. Killer Tuna, how's it going, by the way? Bears and Breakfast. Yeah, Bears and Breakfast. Oh, maybe it was somebody else I saw was playing that. I saw somebody was playing a game called Bears and Breakfast. It looked actually kind of funny. I was like, that looks kind of like a cool little game. The graphics reminded me a lot of Darkest Dungeon? Oh, was it you? Okay, it must have been somebody else. It reminded me a lot of the graphics you see in Darkest Dungeon. Which I like that kind of graphic style. It's kind of cool. It's kind of painted, artistic. But again, please everybody go over and give Anna a follow. Check out her channel. She's awesome and amazing. Can't let it pass up without giving her another little shout out there.
Just gonna show you this guy.
Just gonna shoot you.
She has lost it. It has been lost. Don't. Okay, she pauses to whip her tail. It's in my favor.
Ah, look at that. It's in your favor.
Don't
It's
whip
in your
me, lady.
face. Yeah, yep.
I'm not into that stuff.
Whoa.
I just want to befriend
Ladies. Ladies. Now that I have bow skill 5, I'm not going to use my my bow on rabbits. That's a waste of my time. His first Loper run, usually plays Voyager. He fought tooth and nail and nearly died so many times, but he did it and everyone was so complimentary and generally lovely in comments. I know, see that's the thing is I found about the Long Dark community and I guess about the Valheim community too. I'm not as familiar with that one.
Feels so good.
But that's the thing I found about the Long Dark community is everybody's very supportive of everybody else. Everybody's very encouraging. We all applaud everybody's achievements in the game. Because really, I think the thing that makes Long Dark so special is that the only person you're ever really competing with against is yourself. And anybody who's played the Long Dark for a long period of time knows the struggle. We all know the struggle. We all know how hard. Well, that was a delayed reaction. We all know. Sorry, Mr. Bunny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry.
If I don't warm up soon.
We all know the struggle. We've all been through the struggle, so we can all empathize with the struggles that people have in this game.
Can stop me.
And so I think that leads to a community that props each other up instead of tears each other down, which is great. Except this Af guy who is mean and doesn't give tips. I know. We gotta ban him from the community. That guy's a dick. that guy's a blight on the community. Come on now. He's a blight on the community. He needs to go. He needs to go. Okay, we're gonna repair up some of our stuff because that one wolf like attacked us and hurt us, and it was very sad. It made me feel bad about myself. LD gifted people like 20 subs to my stream when I started. Dunn insisted people follow me to get affiliate, and I'm a crap play. Hey, you know, Killer Tuna, it doesn't matter. It's sad to say. Well, it's not sad to say, but watching people fail at Long Dark can be very entertaining too. Watching people succeed, don't get me wrong. Watching people succeed is just like, oh my god, that's so. Did you see what he did? That was so awesome. But watching people struggle and fail is sometimes just as entertaining. I mean, honestly, my day 473 clip was the worst thing and the best thing that ever happened to me because it kind of went as viral as things will go on Reddit for a person like me, but it went a little bit viral on Reddit and got a ton of views in a very short amount of time, and people became aware of who I was. You know, you can't argue with that. You know, barbecue, I was. And there, look who's in chat right now. Oh my gosh, look who's in chat. Barbecue. Let's give Barbecue a little shout out as well, my friends. He's a great streamer. All around good guy. Look at that hat. He's got a hat too. He's got a hat too. Like the hat, my friend. Go give my friend Barbecue a follow, boys and girls. God dang you. We all feel that way. We all feel that way sometimes. God dang it! Dang it! I know I felt that way many times. Many times. But yeah, please go give Barbecue a follow as well, boys and girls. Great streamer. Awesome member of our community. Great guy all around, so. I've been doing good. This year has been... This year has probably been the roughest year I've had in probably a decade so far. And I'm making some changes in my life, to hopefully make changes in my life. Let's put it that way. But I'm doing a lot better now. I'm getting a good mindset. Yeah, you know, it's just a lot of it. It's not nothing bad. It's not like it's bad. It's just as you get older, your body starts to whisper to you. My friend and I were talking about this last night. And hey, have a great rest of your night. I'm not gonna attempt your name because I suck at names. I'm not gonna attempt it again because I'll probably screw it up. And I want to leave us on a good note. So my friend, have a great night. Get some good rest in Poland. Hope you have a good one. But my friend and I were talking about this last night, and she was telling me, you know, your body as you get older, it starts to whisper to you. And that whisper will eventually turn into a roar. A roar that you know, of things that are going wrong with your body. And I've felt that a lot this year, a lot more than I have ever before. And Gervant. I'm gonna go with Gervant. Gervant. I'm gonna go with Gervant. Like in gun. Okay. Gervant. We're going with that. I probably got it wrong, but we're going with it. We're going all in. But, you know, it just... My body's been whispering to me this year. And, it's time to make some changes. Dietary, as well as just activities and stuff like that. And that's one of the reasons I haven't been streaming on the weekends a lot lately. I've been getting out and doing some things on the weekends that I normally don't do, yard work and stuff like that, and kind of getting my house in order.
Surrounded by snow.
Power in the
So
can stop me.
it's been good. And don't get me wrong, I mean, come wintertime, I'm gonna get back into streaming on the weekends a lot more during the wintertime because, you know, there's not a lot to do during the winter. But I will get back more into streaming in the wintertime, doing a lot more stuff like that. But for right now, I'm trying to get my house in order, trying to get myself in order so that I can live a happier, healthier life. And starting this month, actually, my friend and I are both going to be changing our eating habits. I don't want to call it a diet because that just sounds... It's not a diet. I'm going to eat as much as I want, but I'm going to be restricting my food intakes, cutting some things out, kind of doing, if you want to call it anything, yeah, no more pizza. No. Call it maybe like an elimination diet where I'm going to be eliminating certain foods from my diet to find out what the heck's going on with me. Because within the last year, I'm not sleeping as good as I used to. I've always snored, and so I think I probably have maybe early stages of some sort of sleep apnea, because I'm finding I wake up in the middle of the night for no reason whatsoever. And my joints are starting to hurt. I'm not as spry as I used to be. Yeah, I'm going to be cutting out most carb stuff, most sugar stuff, most processed stuff. We're going to be going to mostly non-processed type things. Just a healthier diet overall. Not eating out. Well, my friend is already gluten sensitive and has gluten allergies. I have milk allergies. I've had those all my life. Sugar intake. Yep, that could help with sleep. I think my main thing with sleep is I believe I'm starting to have some sleep apnea. I consulted my doctor and he's like, well, what's happening when you wake up? And I'm like, To be honest, I'm a little short of breath when I wake up. And he's like, yeah, you're probably stopping breathing in the middle of the night. Which is freaking scary. It's a little scary. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. I'm excited. So I'm very excited. Been gluten-free for almost 10 years. Had to cut out dairy while breastfeeding. Did elimination diets. Yeah, well, that's pretty much what we're doing, Killer Tuna. We're doing. She's my friend. She's already done a lot of these elimination diets because she had to figure out about 8 years ago what was wrong with her because she was starting to have a lot of problems with herself, and she found out that she was very gluten sensitive, and so she's cut out gluten. But she found that out through elimination diet, so we're going to be doing that sort of thing. So, but yeah, you know, Abby, I'm hoping that because honestly, my doctor told me that it could be a lot because of my diet. The diet, I think, has a lot to do with it. All the crap I've put in my body for the last 52 years is catching up with me. Well, and that's the thing, Killer Tuna. We're doing it together. We're going to be doing it together, and that, I think, is going to be the biggest motivator for me, because then I'll have somebody who's kind of checking me, you know? I'll have somebody who's kind of in it with me all the way, which I think, for me, is going to really help. Because doing it by myself, I'd be so tempted to cheat and, you know. And I'm also I'm gonna quit smoking cigars. She's gonna quit smoking cigarettes.
I might have to drop some gear.
So it's gonna be a lot of changes. A lot of changes. But I think it's gonna be good for both of us. So. And food sensitives can take decades to show symptoms. Yeah, I know. And that's the thing. That's the thing, Killer Tuna. That's why we were talking about the whole, you know, body whispering at you thing. Because for years, her body had always felt a little bit off. She'd always felt a little off. But she could just be like, maybe I was just a little hungover or something. You know. But it got to a point where her body was yelling at her, you're eating something wrong and now I'm going to rebel. And that's why she had to do it. And my body's starting to whisper at me and I don't want it to get to the yelling point. I want to find out now what's causing it and eliminate the stuff, and I want to feel healthier too. I want to feel healthier. I want to, you know, feel better. She's going to be using patches. I can definitely, Cass, for me, smoking cigars is a pleasure and a pastime. I don't have any. I can go days or weeks without smoking a cigar, and I never am like, oh my god, I need a cigar. I enjoy smoking my cigars, but in solidarity with her, I'm gonna stop smoking them while she's trying to stop smoking. And she's gonna be using patches and stuff to help her with that. You know, because she'll need that. She's been smoking since she was like, she's been smoking for over 30 years, so. For similar family reasons, I got a Fitbit so I can monitor my diet and heart rate and stuff. That way I write all the numbers. It's almost like playing a game, yeah. A lot of kids with behavioral issues or ADHD turn out to have food sensitivity. Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, not the ADHD alone, but yeah, the food sensitivity part of it. Yep, I can see that. But I will be completely honest, I have not had the healthiest diet in my life. And probably in my 30s I was the worst. I ate so much fast food. Like all the time. I'm not just talking a little fast food. I'm talking
slowing me down.
I'm talking fast food a lot of fast food. So cutting that, you know, I haven't been doing that for a while, but oh my god. Oh my god! Donate to live! Or donate alive, that's what I like to call them. Hey! Donato, how you doing, buddy? Woo!
Donatolive just resubscribed.
Donatado.
Bang, bang, bang.
Aw, thanks so much, my friend. Give us a little shout out. Please go over and follow him. Give him a follow. Give him some love. Awesome streamer. one, as you can see, he's got a number 1 by his name. He was one of my first subs ever.
Oh.
So go give him some love, boys and girls. Hey, good to see you, my friend. How's life been treating you? There's new content. Oh, there's not really any new content in Long Dark right now. I mean, they added with the most recent update, they added Blackrock, which I don't know if Blackrock was around. I mean, there's now like 12 major zones and 5 transition zones in the game. So there you go. There you go. There's a lot of zones in the game now. The game is huge. Huge! Long Dark Vegetarian Challenge. No other methods work for me, not patches, gums, medication, but with the vape, with the lowest nicotine dose, I've been able to kick it. Yeah, she tried the vape thing, Nux, and she couldn't do it. She couldn't do it. She tried the vape thing for a while, and it just didn't work for her that well. But yeah, donate. There's not a lot of stuff, new other than Blackrock, and that came out back in December. The big thing they've done is they've separated the story and the survival modes. They've separated those so they aren't tied together anymore, and they're going to be developing them separately. They're going to finish up Chapter 5, which I'm guessing we're going to get probably December of this year would be my guess. And then going forward, they're going to be creating content for survival in addition to developing another game. They're going to be creating content for survival that is going to be like DLCs. And they're going to have like 3 DLCs a year. And they're going to actually have like a season pass and DLCs that you can buy along the way if you want to pick and choose. So they're actually going to be giving us more content. And they will be charging for it. Which, honestly, as many hours as I have in this game, I have no problem with that. I would love to give more money to Hinterland to fund their next project and to keep the projects going and to keep the good content going. I mean, I've gotten so much for the $20 I spent on this game back in 2017 that I feel like I owe them money at this point. So it's going to be really good. It's going to be really awesome. I can't wait for them to do it. So... You know, though, Fine, they have sold so many of this game. So much of this game. Yeah, finally people can give them something back. Exactly. I mean, they've done so much with this game just since I started playing it in 2017. I mean, they've raised the price on it, but like right now on Steam, I think the game's like $11. $11. You can go buy this game right now for less than I bought it for. Because it's on sale. It's on the Argus Survival sale. Yeah. So if you don't own this game, go buy this game. It's worth it. It's worth it. You'll get. I have over 5,000 hours in this game. It's so freaking worth it. I've spent way more money on way less stuff. Cyberpunk 2077, Subnautica Below Zero. On things that were way worse than this game. So, go pick it up. Go pick it up. Do it. Do it now. You know what we need to do? We need to repair our knife. My knife's gonna break. They are a great company. They really truly are. You know, Fine, a lot of people have given Raph a lot of crap over the years for not being very receptive to criticism sometimes or to different ideas, especially the modding community has kind of a beef with him because he's never supported modders in the game, which I understand because the game's still being developed technically. But he has a vision. This is his baby. I never finished Below Zero. I hated it. I didn't... Below Zero for me, I could go into a whole tirade about, but let's just put it in the simplest terms, the most convenient definitions. They suckered us with a idea that it was going to be a actual true follow-up to Subnautica, and it wasn't. It was a very claustrophobic, goofy game that had a lot of above-ground stuff that it shouldn't have, and less underwater stuff than it should have, taking away several elements from the original game that were very enjoyable, that made that game exciting and fun, and putting in elements that I didn't care about and didn't want, like the suck truck. And overall, I give the game about a 3 out of 10. And it's lucky it gets that. Now, if you enjoy Below Zero, there's nothing wrong with that. Enjoy away. I just couldn't enjoy it. I quit the game like halfway through. I was just like, I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm done. So I just couldn't get into it. So. Yeah, exactly. That's always been his stance, Nux, and people are like, they don't like that for some reason. Yeah, and he said from the beginning, once the game's complete, he won't mind people modding it and stuff, but he's not gonna cater to the modding community. And honestly, I understand that for one simple reason. Does Hinterland financially make anything off mods? Does that help them have a better financial stance as far as being able to develop the game further? No, it does not. And for that reason right there, I totally understand him being like, yeah, until the game's complete, I'm not going to be a big, supporter of modding. Now, once the game's complete, I'm sure that's going to be, I'm sure the modding for it's just going to explode. But as it is right now, he doesn't take modders into consideration when he makes new updates for his game, and I don't blame him. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's the way it is. Hinterland used my artwork for D-Dun and other streamer friends. It was just a sketch, and they asked to use it, and I was so touched. Great cut. Oh, that's awesome, Killer Tuna. They use it on Twitter as a place for Long Dark artists to share their work. That's so cool. Now I gotta look at now I gotta look at it. That's awesome. I didn't know they did more above ground stuff. They knew what they had going for them, and they didn't use it. Its full potential. Well, see, the thing that made the original Subnautica game so amazing is that other than the 2 islands and the spaceship, which were very limited, I'd say 85 to 90% of the game all occurred underwater. Most of all the important stuff was under there. The whole premise of the original Subnautica game is be brave, dive deeper, because the end game was down at the bottom, 1,500 meters down. And that was the charm, is that you had to build up your stuff to be able to go that deep. And with the way that Below Zero was made, a lot of the content is above ground. And there's above ground monsters to kill, and above ground things to get, like that stupid little snow fox bike or whatever it was. It's just like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need that. But yeah, I play Subnautica, the original one, once a year. That's how good a game it is. They had the golden ticket, and they kind of blew it in a lot of ways. And I know there's people out there who like Below Zero, and there's nothing wrong with that. I just am not one of them. I could never get into it. I played it during the alpha version of the game, and I played it during the beta versions of the game, and it never excited me that much. So there's that cabin fever risk. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. The creature designs were really nice. The art team did a good job on it. It just I never got interested in the story. The other big problem I had, and see, now I'm going on for a long time about the game, but the other problem I had with Below Zero was that in the beginning, the story was pretty. It was an interesting story. It was the story of the gal on the planet, and her sister was up in the space station, and she'd set some stuff out. Oh no, don't worry about it, Killer Tuna. Actually, Killer Tuna, if you want to put up a link to your artwork, that would be awesome, because it sounds like there's some people who would love to see some of your artwork, and I would love that. I would love to have them see it, so I really would. And the story kept changing all the time. That was my other main complaint. It's like, just pick a story and go with it. Maybe maybe tweak it a little here and there, but don't just scrap it and go away from it. And by the time they got to the final story, I just was like, I just don't care anymore. I just didn't care any longer, so. For me, I was just like, whatever. Killer Tuna, you never have to worry about promoting yourself on my stream. I don't mind anybody promoting themselves. The only time I ever mind anybody promoting something is if, like, I'm actively streaming and somebody comes into the channel and goes, "Hey everybody, you should go over to this channel and watch them instead." But then again, most streamers would have a problem with that. Most streamers would be like, "Yeah, that's kind of a no-no." But yeah, I don't mind you doing that at all. No. Promote away, my friend. Find that link to your artwork and do it. But yeah, Abby, I've been seeing your messages as too, by the way, Abby. For you using the vape while you're smoking helped. The more I vape, the less I smoked. Eventually, I was doing is vaping. It was a couple years before the urge to smoke completely left. Now I can't stand the smell of it. The smoke triggers my asthma. Find the flavors irritate you, just a thought. Yeah, see, my friend, she tried the flavored stuff. She also tried the unflavored, just like tobacco juices. And neither of them worked very well at all for me. Neither of them worked very well. Okay, so there's Long Dark tweeted. Oh, cool! Oh, that's awesome! Everybody go hit that link. Everybody go hit that link. Like it, too. Like it. Give it some likes. Give it some likes. That is so awesome. I love that. That is such a cool drawing. So that's your drawing there. Here, I'll show it to everybody. So is that your drawing right there, Killer Tuna? That is so cool. I love the bird on the back. Oh, the details are so cool. Look at the little bird, a little fishy poo, little music symbol. I love the little hat. That is freaking cool. You're very talented, my friend. Me, I have all the artistic talents of a blind hedgehog in a bag. No, that's very cool. I'm glad they used it.
Soon, I'm gonna faint.
That's kind of a neat. That's a neat little feather in your cap, though. You know. That's a neat little feather in your cap to go, hey, they're using my artwork there. That's kind of neat. Here's the other thing. The place I get juice from makes their own in-house. I tried commercial stuff. It was super yuck. Yeah, I've heard that about the vape juices, that the homemade, not the homemade, but the sort of in-house stuff is usually better. So the story behind it is very tiny bird, DH Dunn, and Koru, and I are 4 amateurs doing Zach's experiment. Dunn said it was like we were forever changed. It felt like he was waiting for us at a bar after a major endeavor. That's kind of cool. So you drew it. So you just drew it and said, hey, there was Dunn waiting for you at the bar after that adventure. See, I think for me, that's the thing with Long Dark is people are like, do you ever get bored of playing it? And I'm like, not really, because even though the basic, it's sort of like, do you ever get bored of playing Dungeons and Dragons? Well, no, because it's a different adventure every time. Even if you start in the same spawn point, the way you approach each run is a little different. Every time you play is a little different. Oh no! Oh no!
I don't feel so good.
There we go, I unbanned you. Yeah, subs are the only ones that can put links up in chat. But that's the thing, is like, every time you play Long Dark, it's a different adventure. Even if you start in the same spot, depending on what loots you find and what things you run up against,
Smart's a bit.
your game can take completely different routes every single time. So, oh, no, that's fine. Here, let me permit you. That's totally fine. Yeah, I had to do that fine because, there you go, I permitted you there. Because I was having spam bots come into channel and post up, you know, buy your subs here links, pornography links, you know, Stuff like that. Oh, fine. You didn't have to do that. I just gave you permission. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. I'm going to try 2 minutes to stop smoking for good and just take, if they work, Advil and stuff, you know? Well, thank you for the tier 1 sub. You didn't have to do that just to post a link up. I can give you permission. If I know who you are, I'll give you permission. All you have to do is ask. All you have to do is ask. Either I or one of my mods, like Obby, can give you permission to post stuff in chat. It's not that I mind people posting stuff in chat. It's just that I had to do that to protect the channel. Because you find that when your channel grows, there's benefits and there's positives and negatives to your channel growing. One of the negatives is that a lot of scammers and people with malintent come into your channel and start doing things that are not in the best interest of your channel. Yes, guess what I'm gonna do, boys and girls? This is gonna break your hearts. I just ripped up a Mackinac jacket. I just ripped up a Mackinac jacket. Oh. Oh. It just hurts the soul. Hurts the soul just a little bit. It does. Hey, we got a moose hide coat and a moose hide jacket. We got 45% protection, 25-degree warmth bonus, 12-degree windproof. We are now at what I call the pinnacle of where we need to be warmth-wise. Because once we hit 25, there's not a storm out there that with a regular bedroll, I can't sleep in a cave and be warm all night. 20 degrees is like on the border. 20 degrees is on the border, but once you get that 25, you're pretty much golden. There's not a cave out there that you'll freeze in at night, ever. So... Ooh, now I gotta go look at more fan art. We gotta look at the fan art. The fan art. Ooh! Wow! Holy crap! Holy... Oh, hold on a second, boys and girls. You gotta take a look at this. This is some crazy stuff. Look at that picture of the trapper's cabin. That is freaking awesome. Desolation Point. There's Will. Yeah, look, Will's kind of got that... Ladies. He's got that ladies look. You gave him that look like ladies. Hey, I'm Will McKenzie. That's what I'm getting from that picture. And there's Will going, "Help me! Help me! It's an aurora." That is incredible. Yeah, he's got that smolder. He's got the smolder eyes. Yeah, he's got the smoldering eyes. He's got the smoldering eyes. The color is just beautiful. I love that one of Desolation Point. That is freaking amazing. Wow, you are so talented. Wow. Wow. You are so talented. That is incredible. In my wildest dreams, I could never be that talented. Ever. Crazy stuff. Crazy. Beautiful work. Miss Candela, how you doing? Paint the beard gray and it's me. Miss Candela, how you doing tonight? How you doing tonight? I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful night. I don't do too much 2D artwork anymore, but I think I need to get back to it. It's beautiful stuff, my friend. Damn. Really? 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 Broken wrist. Broken ankle. We got rid of the cabin fever, though. Woo! Got rid of the cabin fever. No, the sprain. Oh, shoot. I didn't do that. See, I am such a non-Twitter person. I just see stuff on it, I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I don't even like it or retweet it or anything. I'm gonna like it, and I'm gonna retweet it. There we go. I even quote retweeted it. That's... I haven't learned how to do that. I can quote retweet stuff. Atheenon can do stuff now. Atheenon's a big boy. He can do stuff now. I'm even gonna retweet this one here. Oh, jeez! Oh, fine. You didn't have to do that. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Thank you for the your first 5 gifted subs.
You just gifted
wow! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs going out to Olaf, the Blind Moose, seems to me, Abby, and Vihots? Oh, thanks so much, my friend. That was very nice of you. Well, don't think you're gonna get a lot of traction from me tweeting stuff out, my friend. I don't have much clout on Twitter. I don't have much clout on Twitter with my 790. Well, I have 791 followers. I guess that's something. With my 791 followers, I don't have a lot of clout on Twitter. Most people just ignore my stuff, and they just move along, you know. But hey, I wanted to tweet out both of those because that artwork is amazing. That artwork is freaking awesome. I could dare to dream to be that talented. 43 months, Abby. 43. That's how long. 43 months. Yes. 3. 28 months for Olaf. 19 for Blind Moose. 8 for Seems to me. 4 for V-Hooks. I know. Seems like just yesterday. Seems like just yesterday we were little babies. I was just starting to stream. I was a young 39, 40 maybe? In my dreams. In my dreams. Yeah, I wish I was 49 or 39. I was young. Oh, I've been losing my hair and had gray hairs since I was in my, since I was in my 30s, mid-30s, somewhere around there. Yeah, I'll be 49 one day. Let's put it this way. I don't remember 49. How long does it take to heal that? 2 hours. Okay. I don't even remember 49 at this point. Yeah. You know, I used to have a red beard. I used to actually have a red beard, believe it or not. Well, it's time to go to the Carter Hydro Dam, boys and girls, but the storm is stopping us. The storm is... no, I wasn't a redhead, but way back, I was a brunette, but when my beard would grow in, it would actually be red. Not a strong red, but it'd have a lot of red right in here, like right in this area, and there'd be a little brown here and a little brown up here, and it'd be really red in certain areas. So yeah, it was more. Oh jeez Louise. It was more because I have redheads like way back in the day, you know, way back in the history of my family. There were probably a little redheaded there, so. But yeah, now it's pretty much all. Dang, it's all white with a little bit of brown. mostly white though. The silver. I'm a silver fox. I'm a silver fox now. But yeah, I was never a ginger. I was a brown-haired ginger. How does that work exactly? Hey, look, we can read a book. I'm not healthy enough. What am I not? I got another sprained ankle. It takes two more. I do need to make some bandages. So, do I have any cloth? I got some cloth. Let's make some bandages. So, you know, I've dealt with the balding part by just, you know, I just take it all off. I'm not gonna go all Costanza. I can't do Costanza. Just not gonna happen. And that's what I got. My hairline started to recede, then it started to go here, and then it was going Costanza on me, and I was like, nope. I'm not doing the comb over, I'm not doing the Costanza. And you know what? Bald is beautiful. Bald is beautiful, my friends. There's nothing wrong with bald. Nothing wrong with the bald. It's very cool during the summer, too. It's very nice during the summer. You hate the bears so much. I'll just take that. Why not? Benefited, it says the manual always wears a hat. Well, I do mostly wear hats, yes. I sometimes go sans no hat. I mean, on stream I don't, but see, sometimes I can go sans no hat. I don't want to blind you all. That's the thing. It's like right now you're probably like, oh my god, my eyes, my eyes. You know, I gotta have a little contrast up there, you know. My eyes, my eyes. Oh god, we're going blind. The cigar I'm smoking is the flavor of your hat. Canadian? Maple? Maple? Like a maple flavor? Like maple leaf? I have got the John Malkovich thing before. I have got the John Malkovich. I've heard that before. I don't know. I see it a little bit, but you know how you never see yourself? You know how you never see yourself as somebody else? It was maple. Nice. I don't see it. I just don't see it. So, and unfortunately, I was looking right at this. I'm sorry, Kip. I was looking right at the screen when that came in. I was looking right at the screen when the Ducky Hugs came across. So, it was in my late 30s when I started losing my hair. I still have not found it. At age 49, I grew a glorious dark brown beard, and the medication I was taking turned my hair white. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's like you just can't win for losing. It's like, okay, I lost my hair, but look, I got this beautiful beard. And then your meds are like, nope, guess what? We're going to take away from you. Twitch is on point. 3 an hour. Wow. Well, Deathly Cast, you haven't missed much. We just left the Mystery Lake Camp office, and we're heading back. We're heading back now. The John Malkovich? Should I go John Malkovich on y'all? John Malkovich is a great actor, so if I have to be compared to somebody, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I see you in small view. Oh yeah, that's a new thing too, doesn't it? Like put up into small view when there's an ad or something. I mean, at least it's not cutting it off completely. I guess that's something good. Much better. I used to dip my cigars in scotch and chew on it for hours before lighting it. I chew my cigar the whole golf course and light it for beers after. So basically, you Wolverine your cigars. You Wolverine the cigars is what you do. And that's a totally viable thing. Now, Wolverine has a healing factor, so cigars never hurt him, but, you know. Hey, Saharan, how you doing? I watch you on YouTube. Thanks for teaching me how to get out of HRV alive. Well, you're very welcome. I've always said, Saharan, it's a very rewarding zone, but it is a tough zone to get your brain wrapped around. Once you get your brain wrapped around it, you can actually come out of there with a lot of great stuff. But it's getting the idea of how to work your way through the tunnels to get to the smoke signals, how to make sure that you know where Hush River itself is, you know, knowing where the spawns of different animals are. It can be very rewarding. It's very rewarding. That's the thing I like about that zone is they made it tough but rewarding. They made it worth it. Exactly, they made it worth it. But welcome to the stream as well, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you over here. And ha! Best way to kill a small, sickly Victorian child? What? I'm so confused. Always smoke them on the golf course or at the lake. Certain company. Now when weed's legal. Ha! Well, move to Oregon, Kippa Cup. It's legal here. I can't stand the smell of weed. I had friends who smoked marijuana all the time in high school. I just could never stand the smell of it. It made me gag. It made me a little bit. But I just could never get over it. I never really liked it a lot. So. I don't think cigar smoke or cigarette smoke ever bothered me as much because I had a grandpa that smoked both cigars and pipes, and my dad smoked, and so I was used to that smell. I mean, honestly, to this day, it's gonna sound weird. There's no better smell than the moment a cigarette is lit. That first moment the cigarette is lit. It just has there's something about it. I don't know what it is. It's not the actual smoke. It's like the smell of it being lit is just like, it's probably just a memory thing from my dad, but, you know. I can stand the smell as I use it for my hands for years now as medical to get used to it. Oh, there you go, yeah. Now, I don't like the smell of cigarettes after they're lit, or cigarette smoke. And honestly, I don't even like the smell of cigar smoke that much. But I grow accustomed to it. I don't like taste of beer though either, so. Because I don't like hops. I think hops are gross. Hops are gross. And I never drank when I was younger. So beer is kind of an acquired taste. There's a lot of things that are acquired taste that if you're never exposed to them,
like night is coming.
Your tastes never develop towards them either. I'm smoking for over 30 years, can't stand smoking during dinners and such. Yeah, and see, that's the thing, is like, I only smoke cigars 2 or 3 times. I mean, there's only about 3 situations I smoke cigars in. I smoke them when I like to have a cigar if I'm driving. If I'm driving, it's kind of fun to light up a cigar, be driving down the road with a big old stogie. It's very relaxing. I like to smoke cigars if I happen to go out with my friend to a bar, which I don't really do much anymore. But when I would go out to a bar or something, it was always fun to sit on the smoking deck and have a cigar. And just when I'm hanging out with my bestie, I mean, she smokes, and so it's fun just to hang out with her and have a cigar every once in a while. That's a wolf going up this direction. Wonder where he's at now. See, that's the thing. I've never had a problem with that. Fine. I've always. I mean, I go days and weeks without a cigar, and I don't care. Where is he? I don't even see him. Oh, there he is. Oh, jeez Louise, this is the health wolf too. Oh god, we got him off of us quick. Oh, jeez Louise. What, did he damage my bedroll though? Didn't damage the bedroll. He hit my clothing kind of hard. No, he really didn't hit my clothing either. We just got him off of us nice and quick. Holy crap. That wolf there usually just drains your health like crazy if he's on you for much time. Oh, jeez Louise. But yeah, I've never had that problem with cigars. I've always just been able to go quite a while without them and not really care. So
aid.
My go-to cigarettes are early morning with coffee and after dinner smoke. That's my best friend. That's her way too. Definitely Cass. The early morning coffee and after meals. And after meals. That's the hardest. That's the hardest for her too. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I only smoke in bright sunlight. Heyo! You don't sparkle in bright sunlight? Because don't you know vampires sparkle in the sunlight? Is weed legal in Oregon? Yeah, it is. It's been legal here for numerous years. It was medicinally available for quite a while. You could only get it medicinally. You could only get it as medicine. Which basically meant you went to a doctor, complained about something, and they'd go, oh, well, here's a prescription for it. So, you know, it wasn't like it was hard to get. Let's just put it that way. It wasn't like it was hard to get. Yeah, then there was a voter referendum on it. I don't know how many years ago it was, but it made it legal here in Oregon, so. Which I honestly, I've always been very kind of libertarian stance on that, where I'm like, you know, as long as people, to me, it's, I know there's arguments for it and against it, but honestly, if somebody's doing it in the privacy of their own home and they're not putting anybody else in danger, I don't really give a crap. As long as it's not affecting me or the public in general or harming them, for me, it just isn't a big deal. There's a lot worse stuff out there. A lot worse stuff out there, in my opinion. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just some guy. Yes, I stole that from just some guy who's awesome. I love I watch a bunch of just some guy on YouTube. He is hilarious. He is freaking hilarious. And he always finishes his videos by saying, but what do I know? I'm just some guy. Which is, it always cracks me up, because it's like, okay, that's cool. Ah, there we go. Oh, look at that. We got a couple jerry cans here already. Well, guess what? We're going to drop another jerry can. Another jerry can. Now we got 4 jerry cans. Jerry's got some nice cans here. Nice cans, Jerry. That one is out of line. There we go. That's better. There we go. Nice cans, Jerry. Is it light out yet? No, it's not. Alright, got a whetstone in there. I got some cloth in here I'm gonna steal.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Oh, shush-a-doodles, you're fine. Oh, we do have some hides and guts here. Here I've been exploring all over the world. We got hides and guts just laying all over inside the Carter Hydro Dam. Well, in a way, Deathly Cast, yes, and in a way, no. The illegal drug trade in here in Oregon for marijuana has exploded like crazy. So yes, in a way, it does cut down some of that, but in a way, it doesn't as well. The illegal grows, they've busted some major illegal grows in Oregon, like thousands and thousands of plants, millions of dollars worth. But it's like anything else. I mean, if you put enough money out there, somebody's going to try to do something illegal with it. I mean, you're talking about billions of dollars and millions of dollars on the line. But, well, that's the thing. It's legal here in Oregon. It's legal here in Oregon. And the grows are still crazy. The illegal grows are still crazy. Because there's a lot of money to be made. And if you grow it legally, there's taxes on it, because of course the government wants the government wants its VIG. The government has to get its VIG. So you know, that people will always look away. People will always look for a way to get around paying the government their little take on it. So yeah, there's been a few big ones. I heard of one just the other day, like probably like a couple weeks ago, where they busted some place out in Oregon, out in like southern Oregon or towards the Cascades or something. It was like a grow that had like over you know, I think it was like over like 2,000 plants on it or something, you know, something like that. It was like, dang, that's a lot of weed. That's a lot of weed. Now, I do think that they need to start. I think that the see, it gets into all sorts of gray areas here too, because right now there's no real standardized thing like there is with alcohol. Driving while impaired has been a problem, and there actually has been some deaths by people driving impaired by marijuana and other drugs that have killed people and harmed people. And that I sort of have a problem with, because I don't like people going out and drinking and driving. I would never do that myself. But it's a lot harder with something like marijuana because it stays in your system for so long. So at what point are you no longer, quote unquote, intoxicated or whatever? You know. So there's all those kind of factors that vary in. So I can see stuff on both sides. I mean, that's the thing. Is like, that's why I said, you know, if you're doing it in the privacy of your own home, I don't really care. I don't care what you do, as long as you're a consenting adult and you do it in your own home. Do whatever the frick you want. Oh, alcohol impairs you much longer. Yeah, alcohol impairs you much longer. But there's also standardized tests. There's also standardized tests, Ricky, that there's like a test they can actually administer to you that can tell you whether you still are or not, in theory. And with marijuana, there's not really something like that. They can tell if you have it in your system, but it stays in your system for quite a while. And that's not necessarily an indicator of whether you are actually impaired or not. So the best bet is if you're doing anything that kind of is, well, but I mean, the same thing could be said for prescription medication. I mean, the same thing could be said for that. There's prescription medications that'll put you under the frickin' table. I was, at one point in my life, I was taking a antidepressant that when I took it, I was in no condition to be operating anything. Because it sent me for a loop. I had to actually go have them change it at that point. Because I mean, I was in no position to be operating anything, and that was just a simple antidepressant. So yeah, I mean, it definitely there's a lot of questions out there about it, but I don't really care one way or the other. It doesn't affect me much. So I have personally never taken a drug in my life, other than a prescription med or something a doctor would prescribe to me. Just a personal choice. It's not like I'm anti-drug or anything. I just I've never done it. I don't know why. I don't have any explanation. I just never have. It's never been something I was like, I want to try that. I was just like, whatever. I'm gonna leave a little bit of leather here. Little bit of cloth here. That's a little too much cloth. No. I didn't take a single drug all my life because I went military at 17. I don't judge. I just couldn't do it. Well, yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, is I don't judge anybody. I mean, I honestly, you know, always say, I always follow that sort of idea of, you know, don't cast stones if you live in a glass house, because we all live in glass houses in one way or the other. We all can get up on our own high horse and be all preachy and stuff, but that doesn't do anybody any good. I'm gonna grab a few more. I'm gonna take like 4 birch out of here. Take all my feathers out. I was just trying to get my weight down to see where I stood. Tagambi once had hallucinations of Vikings. That stuff's crazy. Some of those prescription drugs are pretty damn crazy. Pretty damn crazy. I mean, really, the only, if you call them drugs that I've ever done is like just smoking tobacco and drinking. Drink a little bit, you know. Yeah, I mean, well, and see, that's the thing too, is like, even though weed is legal in Oregon, guess what? It's still illegal to sell weed to kids. That's where I have a problem. That you know, if anything with that, is I have a problem selling it to kids, to minors. There's an age restriction, just like there is with alcohol, just like there is with tobacco. You cross over and you start getting to kids, and that's when I start having a problem with it. That's why I'm very specific about saying, if you're an adult, and you're, you know, and you're not being forced to do it or anything, go for it. Do what you want. But that's the thing, is like, it's still illegal to peddle it to kids. I mean, and it's wrong. I think morally it's wrong as well. But, you know, some people I guess would even argue that. But I think that is one, that's where I draw my line, I guess. If I had a line to draw, that's where I draw my line. Is like, you don't start giving it to kids. You don't start selling it to kids. If you sell it to kids, yeah, I want that guy thrown in jail if you sell it to kids. That I got no problem with at all. Okay, we're gonna take a couple cured hides, a couple cured rabbit pelts. Well, enough about the weed talk. Enough about the weed talk. No more weed. We aren't gonna be a 420 channel, baby.
Gear.
Enough about the weed talk. Yeah, let's talk about our gear. Let's talk about our gear. We're so weighted down with our gear. We're gonna go to Pleasant Valley, boys and girls. We've not been there yet. I have not been to Pleasant Valley yet. Isn't that crazy? Let's repair that up real quick. No. There we go. Oh, that's fine. Not too shabby. That's fine. It's a skirting the border of the politics, I think. I don't mind doing that. And to me, it's more of a social issue in some ways. Not too shabby. Than a political issue. I know it can be very political, because these days everything has to be political, but it can also be a philosophical and a social issue that you can talk about as well. So PV Farmhouse is greatest of all time. Yeah, PV Farmhouse is pretty damn great. All right, let's go. We got some hides. We got some guts. We got some cloth. We'll get more cloth at the Pleasant Valley. Actually, I'll be getting more cloth there. I'm gonna leave my stash here. We're gonna get more there. I'm gonna leave all but like a few on me. There we go. Hey, Oso, how you doing? Ricky Bobby, how's it going? Well, you know, the thing is that if you treat, you know, the thing Killer Tuna is that if you treat people with respect, you'll get the respect back. Unfortunately, discourse in this world, I'm not even saying in America, but discourse in the world has become so polarizing that people can't even, like, seem to talk to each other and stay civil anymore. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I remember back in the 80s, we would have very spirited debates. Like, we actually had, like, debate clubs, you know, which had very spirited debates on things. But at the end of the day, we shook hands and we were still buddies. You know, we didn't like hate another person because they had a differing opinion than us. And that was unheard of. And then it's all morphed, you know. That's why honestly I don't really allow politics or religion on the channel, because it's just so divisive. Everybody's getting so tribal. If you want to use that word, everybody's getting so tribal. And the problem with that is when you get tribal, you stop talking. You stop talking. You stop considering opinions. And even if you don't agree with the opinion, at least consider it. I mean, my best friend and I, if you want to label us politically, we're probably on a lot of issues very politically opposed on certain things. But we're best friends because we talk about stuff. We actually discuss things, and we don't make everything political. Politics is a part of life, but it is a very small, very minute part of life. You are so much more than your political affiliation, your political leanings. There's so much more to you that makes you a person. And it's sad that everybody just seems to be getting so tribal anymore. Just like that's like their whole identity. Is what you know that and that's like, no, that's not my whole identity. That's like a minor, tiny little part of my identity. Tiny little part. So. Well, I think everybody deserves human rights, fine. Everybody deserves that. Everybody deserves the basic human. You know, we used to call that just being decent to other people. You know, we used to have this thing that we called, it was just decency. Until somebody gave you cause to not be decent to them, why not be decent to them and give them the benefit of the doubt? Why not just treat them like you would want somebody, you know that old adage, what's that old adage? Treat others like you would like them to treat you, or treat others as you would like to be treated, or something like that. It was something my mom told me way back when I was a little tiny boy, little tiny baby. Do unto others as you would have done unto you. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. You know, and that's like something that stuck with me throughout my life, and I've never like wanted to ever jump in. And yes, we will all of us at some point in our life, and I'm not immune from this either, all of us at some point in our life will judge a book by its cover and will probably be wrong. And I'm guilty of that. Everybody here is probably guilty of that. We're gonna do that at some point. But as best we can, it's best not to do that if we can. There's a wolf right by me here. Ow! That hurt. So, you know, treat others as you'd like to be treated. I think that's the best way to say. And I try to do that. I mean, I try not, and believe me, I'm not perfect at it, but you can try, you can always strive to be better. And always strive to just accept people as human beings. And you know what? Usually, they'll treat you back as human beings too.
No power in the verse can stop me.
They usually will. Most people, and that's the thing too, is most people out there I've found throughout my life, most people I've come into contact are pretty damn decent people. You know, you'll get a bad apple here and there are definitely people who are sociopaths, and people who have very little empathy, and people who are just outright a-holes. But it's not as common as people would like you to believe. Most people, if you sit down with them one-on-one, I think George Carlin said it best, where, you know, people are great individually, but, you know, a person is great. People are the ones that you got to worry about, because that's when it starts getting crazy. That's when it starts getting crazy, when you get into the people part. A person is great. And most people I've run across in my life have been actually pretty damn good people. Once I've gotten to know them, maybe I agree with them, maybe I don't. But most of them are pretty decent. Most of them are pretty decent. People are people, so why should it be? You and I should get along so awfully. Is that what you're going for, Ricky Bobby? I got you there, my friend. I got you there. I don't like to be wrong, but I love being proven wrong because that means I learned something new. I know. That's the thing, Patchup. I don't like having my views challenged, but at the same time, I like having my views challenged, because even in the end, if I don't agree with the challenge that's coming in, one of two things has happened. Either my view has been challenged, and I've learned something new, and I've maybe modified, softened, or even changed my view, or my view's been challenged, I've done some research and found that the view I already had, I've actually strengthened my position on that, because now I have more knowledge about my view that I was already holding in the first place. So either way, it's a win-win. And over the years, I've found that I've softened a lot of my views on a lot of things. I've found that I've strengthened my views on a lot of things. But I think the thing to always remember is that when you stop letting your views be challenged, you stop growing as a person. You really do. You kind of just fall into a lockstep of it almost becomes like a what's a good analogy for it? It almost becomes like a church doctrine where this is the set of you must believe these things, they are immutable, they can never change. And that can be dangerous. That can honestly be, it scares me a little bit because I'm just as susceptible as anybody else, and I've probably gone down that road once or twice in my life. And it's not a good path to take. It really isn't. So, sorry, now I'll get off my soapbox. We'll start playing some longer. Yeah. We're going to Pleasant Valley. I'm going to sleep here tonight. We're going to head out tomorrow. Everyone's like, oh God, stop talking, Atheenon. You big old douchebag. Stop preaching. Get off your damn soapbox. Stop preaching to us. Get on to playing this game. Jeez Louise. What a big mouth. An absolute big mouth going on over here. And it was no blizzard. Sorry to ask him, but this is the Forlorn Muskeg start. We got out of Milton today. Went to Pleasant Valley. We got to Mystery Lake. We made our moose hide coat and our bearskin coat. We repaired all of our clothing. We got ourselves some arrows. We got some arrow shafts so we can recraft arrows. And now we're heading to Pleasant Valley. Pleasant Valley, which we've not been to Pleasant Valley yet. So my goal in Pleasant Valley is to kind of hit the major spots. I want to hit the radio control hut. I want to hit the farmhouse, of course. Probably go down and hit the crossroads, the barn, the Draft Dodgers cabin, Skeeter's Ridge, Three Strikes Homestead. Probably make my way to the long curve. Poke my head into the pass. That sort of stuff. So, not a blizzard, but a commercial. It's a blizzard commercial. It's a commercial blizzard. But yeah, so I want to hit all the highlights, and then we'll go up into Timberwolf Mountain. I want to go over to Hash Canyon. We're on marijuana again. Hash Canyon. Go over to Ash Canyon. Get myself my backpack, my technical backpack. It'd be very nice. But yeah, we just got the bear coat and the moose coat and the moose hide satchel. So we've got that all squared down. We got that all locked down. We started to get cabin fever, which was loads of fun. We popped in here briefly just to grab coal and stuff, but the nice thing is now we've been away so long, all the coal will have respawned for us. So we're gonna go re-pick up our coal again.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
I know it is. Oh my goodness, it's so heavy. I still say, Hinterland, if you're out there and you're listening, Hinterland, I still say you need to take all of the unclaimed caches that have no story on them. You need to take all the ones that say the story's not yet written, leave the special thanks to the backer on there, but put them up for sale or auction or something. Put them up for sale. Let people buy them. Let people buy them. Let people pay you money for them. Woo! I'd buy one. I'd try to bid on one. That 6-month Twitch Prime sub coming in. Thank you, Patrick. Engaging discussions are what make this type of social interface so good. It's one thing for a streamer to pontificate all the time, but to open discussion on occasion is good. Oh yeah, totally, Patrick. Totally. I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but yeah, totally. I love having conversations about stuff with people. I mean, like I said, engaging in conversations is one of my favorite things. I mean, for me, to be completely honest, I'm not a sports fan. But for me, election season is my Super Bowl, my World Series, my Stanley Cup, and whatever other, you know, thing you want to throw in there, World Cup all combined. For me, I love election stuff. I love watching it. I love you know, trying to figure out what people are doing, what's going to happen. For me, it's very exciting. But in this day and age, it's one of those things where you just kind of, you know, you just kind of go along with it. And I would never want my channel to turn into like a political channel. I stream to have fun. I stream to have fun. And I want to be as welcoming and inviting to everybody from every walk of life, every political view, from every walk of life to be able to come into my channel and have fun. So yeah. Except for BK. Yeah, except for BK. Yeah, BK's right out. Well, and that's the thing too, is the way I looked at it when I started my channel, Ricky Bobby, especially in today's day and age, we are bombarded 24/7 with the news cycle. There's not a mobile phone you can get on, a computer that you can flip on, a Yahoo search page or a Google search page that you can open that's not going to throw some sort of political stuff your direction in pretty much every moment of the day. And I figured, you know what, if people want that sort of stuff and that sort of discourse, they can go there. I just want to escape. And I want to have entertainment and fun. And that's why I really despise what a lot of entertainment's doing today, forcing all the political stuff in it, because it's like I want to go back to a time where we just went and escaped. There's a reason it's called escapism. We would escape and just be able to, for an hour or two, shut it out of our lives and just enjoy a good show or a good movie and not feel like we were being preached to. I like that. That's what I want. That's why when a show comes along that I really enjoy that doesn't do that to me, I really grab onto it. I mean, I started watching, like I said, Stargate SG-1 the other day. And I'm just like, oh my god, this is what it feels like to just have an entertaining show. Oh my god, it's so awesome. I went back and watched Babylon 5, and I was like, oh my god, this is what it's like to have entertainment without just having like stuff just shoved down your throat every 5 seconds. It's like, oh, it was so beautiful. It's beautiful. I know, Ricky Bobby. That's why I love the show alone. I've watched the first season of Breaking Bad. Not my cup of tea. I'm not big into reality. I don't know how to say it. I'm not into, I guess, dramas that take place in the real world. I don't know. I like more fantasy science fiction. I don't know exactly how to. I don't know how to exactly explain it. I watched the first season of Breaking Bad. And I was kind of like, okay, it's good. It's not bad. It just wasn't my cup of tea. You know, I heard CSI. I watched whatever it was, CSI back in the day. I was like, that's kind of cool, and then I just kind of got bored of it. I think that's the thing, is I just get kind of bored of it. It just kind of like, it doesn't hold my interest well enough, I guess. I have to suspend my disbelief for certain things. I need to watch Star Wars. Yes, you need to watch the OT. Never mind the garbage they're coming out with now. Watch the OT. Even watch the prequels, then the OT. But then again, the OT is the best. The OT's the best. Realistic crime fiction's all, yeah. Realistic crime fiction I've never been big into. I've never been big into like a Forensic Files or, you know, the real crime, true crime drama stuff. And my best friend, she loves that stuff. But I just could never get into it. I watch it, I'm just kind of like, okay, whatever. Some crappy dude killed his wife, or some crappy wife, like, poisoned her boyfriend, or whatever. It's like, okay, whatever. It's like, okay. Do I enjoy Marvel movies? I used to. I used to. I love Iron Man. I used to love Marvel movies. Does that count? I remember the days when I owned my comic book shop and worked in the comic book shops, and we would stand around for hours, hoping and praying that they would come out with amazing Marvel movies, better than Dolph Lundgren's Punisher and the crappy Captain America they came out with back in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s. We used to dream that some big company would buy it and make amazing movies for us. Beware what you wish for, boys and girls. Beware what you wish for. Beware of your things you love becoming too popular. Lesson learned. Beware that happening. Yeah, Mom and Love and... I haven't even seen Love and Thunder. I went and saw Mom. I would never go see it again. Saw the Spider-Man movie 3 times. Was amazing. But, yeah, I'll never go see the Scarlet Witch the movie. I'll never go see again. Just didn't have any desire. I've never been, I mean, honestly, I've never been a big Thor fan. I liked, the first movie was okay of Thor. The next 2, I just didn't really like that much. I think the biggest problem I have right now is they're trying to do the whole multiverse thing, which just like really, there's so many other good stories they could tell. There's so many other good stories they could tell that they're just skipping right over. Love the If you want to see, well, gosh, you can't even see it on Netflix anymore because they're trying to hide it. They're trying to make us forget that there was a good Daredevil show. If you want to see an amazing Marvel content, go watch the first 2 seasons of Daredevil. Freaking amazing. Freaking amazing. The first 2 seasons of Daredevil, mwah, chef's kiss. I watched those and I was like, holy crap. Those are, I was just like, oh my god, they nailed it. They nailed it. It's just so good. The first season of all I can think of is Purple Man. Jessica Jones. The first season of Jessica Jones was pretty good. Not so much the rest. The main reason the first season of Jessica Jones was so great is because she was put up against a great villain in David Tennant. I never was a fan of Jessica Jones comic book series, just never interested me that much. I loved Power Man and Iron Fist growing up, and found those TV shows to be kind of lacking. The Luke Cage one was probably the better of the 2, I would say. I wish they just got over it and called him Power Man. Just made it the Power Man show. But, you know, whatever. So the Luke Cage show was pretty good. Liked the first season of it. The Punisher show was pretty decent. I liked that. I think the thing I liked about the Netflix show, the Netflix shows as a whole, is that they were very grounded, base. The villains were real. The heroes felt real. It was none of this cosmic. I think if Marvel's done anything, the main thing Marvel's done wrong is they've tried to make everything so huge. And the problem with that is that when you have a huge thing like the Infinity Gauntlet, which honestly, I was rather disappointed with how they portrayed all of that. But when you have a huge event like that, well, what do you do to top that next? You know, what do you do to top that next? When you have a very grounded villain like the Kingpin that the Daredevil has to go up against, or an anti-hero like the Punisher, you don't have to step it up as much. You can have the villains be believable, and you don't have to be like going for the next huge thing. Good night, Miss Candela. Good night, good night. Oh yeah, yeah. John was a great casting for the Punisher. Great casting for him. Very, very good casting for him. And that's the thing I'd like to see. I think if Marvel wanted to regain, what it had, which I think at this point is almost too late, they need to cut out the messaging, and they need to return to a hero-villain formula that is not too big. They need to make it more base. They need to make it more grounded. And I think if they did that, they could probably draw people back instead of trying to always one-up themselves. Because now they're going to have the annihilation thing happening. Which, honestly, the Annihilation series is one of my favorite series of galactic Marvel comics. Annihilation was absolutely amazing as a comic book series. And, ugh. I just don't see him doing it right. First off, Kang is not Kang. Kang the Conqueror... No, Kang is not who they portrayed in the Loki show. That atrocity called the Loki show. That's not Kang. It's not. Sorry. But, you know, we'll see what happens. Oh, I'm talking about comic books. I'm opining about comic books and how I used to love Marvel movies a lot. But, you know, maybe I think, I mean, basically Phase 4 for Marvel was such a disaster that they abandoned it. Let's just put it that way. That's my take on it anyway. That's why they're rushing to get Phase 5 going. Because Phase 4 has been so bad. They've had really the only big hit in Phase 4 was the Spider-Man movie, made by Sony. All the other movies, some of them arguably have made money. Not much though. You don't put out $250, $300, $400 million expecting to get back 600. You expect to double, triple your money.
To weigh me down.
And most of them, other than the Madness one, really didn't like make a lot of money. You know, Shang-Chi made some money. Eternals lost money. Love and Thunder's made back a little bit of money, but it's not the returns that they're looking for. I don't think. I don't think they're looking for those kind of returns.
No power in the verse can
Metin,
stop
thank
me.
you for the follow there. Because when you're shelling out that much cash, you really want to get it back. I think their next best bet of a hit on their hands, if they do it right, if they don't screw it up, is the next Guardians movie. The other problem, one of the big problems I have with the Marvel stuff too, is they can never take a serious moment. They can never let you have a serious moment. It's always the same freaking thing. Serious moment, we follow it with a joke. Because we can't have it become too serious. We're gonna follow it with a joke. Haha, wasn't that funny? And it's like, you know what? Let me have my moment. Let me feel something here. I mean, that was the thing that was so great about the early Marvel movies, is that they would have those serious moments, and they let them linger. There's a thing in movie making where you want your audience to empathize and to feel something. And I think they took the wrong lessons from Guardians of the Galaxy, just like they took the wrong lessons from Spider-Man No Way Home. They went, oh, it's a movie that has cameos in it. Well, we got to make our next movie have lots of cameos in it. And see, the death of Iron Man, at least they let Iron Man die as a hero. That was nice. I have big problems with Cap. It to me, it makes Captain America not Captain America anymore, because the Cap I know, and the Cap I know from reading comic books, would never give up his responsibility for his personal pleasure, which is basically what he did. He gave up his responsibility to the world and to basically go be with Carter, which, in my mind, that is something that is not Captain America. That's not something that the true Captain America would do. Yeah, it sucks he lost Peggy Carter, but at the same time, that's a sacrifice that Captain America is willing to make, because he knows there's a bigger picture to the whole thing. He knows that the sacrifice he's making is worth it, because there's a bigger picture to look at. So, anyway. But hey, you know what? If you like the Marvel movies, love them. Love them, hate them. It's again, it's one of those things where I'm just some guy. I just have my own opinion about it. It's not right or wrong. It's just my opinion. I'm not telling anybody to either like or not like a movie. You know? Exactly, Oso. If he was willing to jump on a nade, he was probably willing to give up a little bit, you know? Now, I could see him... Now, here's another thing. I could see him maybe traveling back in time, getting a little brown chicken, brown cow, coming back, you know, after that. And maybe them... See, now that I could have bought. Him going back in time, being with Peggy Carter, coming back into the future, being like, you know, as much as I love you, I can't bring you back with me. I wanted us to have a special moment together, you know, but I have to go back to the future, because that's where I belong. There's responsibilities I have there, blah, 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 all that stuff. He gets back to the future, and dun, 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 finds out that Peggy got pregnant, and he now has a little Cappy America running around. Oh. See, I could buy something like that. I could buy something like that. You know, that way I could be like, okay, you know, still not really what I think he'd do, but you want to run down that road, I could get behind it, I suppose. I could be like, okay, I could see him having that one selfish moment. Yeah, it's an overdone trope, that's for sure. It's an overdone trope, Bobby. But, you know, I'm just saying, I would rather have him do something like that. But, oh, yeah, let's see. What did Chris Evans go on to do that was great? Let's see. What was he, let's see. Chris Evans went on to do, what was it he did after Captain America? Oh, yeah, the Gray Man. That was it. Gray Man, Knives Out. Oh, and he voiced Buzz Lightyear. How'd that all work out for him? Snowpiercer was really good. Snowpiercer was good, I will admit that. Like many actors who get cast in a role, that he becomes very popular for, much like who was the gal in ER? George Clooney quit ER, and then the gal with the curly black hair, she quit ER, and basically her career went pretty much nowhere. She thought she was gonna get out of ER, have all these movie roles, be a big movie star, and yeah, no, that didn't happen. Abby is a little devil. So, you know, I mean, it only took William Shatner a while, but even William Shatner realized, you know, the Star Trek thing's been pretty good to me. Nobody remembers him for much of anything other than Captain Kirk. Okay, I remember him for T.J. Hooker. But not a lot of other people remember him for much beyond Captain Kirk. And he's embraced it. He's like, well, that's, you know, that's what it's gonna be. Ride that wave, baby. It's so funny, you know, it really speaks to some of probably the narcissism that goes around in Hollywood, that they don't want to get typecast in a role. But what is wrong with being typecast in a role that everybody loves? You basically have, I mean, if you're in Hollywood to become famous and to make money, you now have basically a unlimited print press when you get typecast into a role. I mean, come on. You have a license to print money now. You could spend the rest of your life going to conventions, signing autographs, reprising your role, getting, you know, now you've got an iconic role that they're gonna have to pay you big bucks for if they ever want you back in it. There could be worse. There's a lot of other worse options out there. Let me just say that's the thing. There's a lot of other worse options out there than that. A lot of worse options. But then again, people who are, you know, I don't want to say narcissistic because that sounds bad, but people who are very, like, in that kind of mode or whatever, they probably have handlers around them telling them, oh, no, you don't want to get typecast as this character. That would be bad for your career, you know? Well, I mean, I guess you could have cancer or something. I don't know. There's, you know, I don't know. There's worse options. You could never become famous and be doing bit roles all the time. But look at a guy like Steve Buscemi. There's a perfect example of a guy who he's never had, I mean, yes, he's had big roles, but he's never had like a typecast role that people are like, oh, you know, whenever I think of Steve Buscemi, he's always Captain Kirk to me, you know, that sort of thing. You know, he's been able to, he's never had that, but he's always worked. And, you know, and that's a good thing too. I mean, there's two ways you kind of get work in Hollywood. I think you either get typecast, or you are like a Steve Buscemi or a Jonathan Lithgow, and you get cast in a lot of different roles and a lot of different characters. Gary Oldman is another guy that I can think of. That great actor. Not really been typecast and stuff because he's very good at taking on a lot of roles that you don't even recognize him in sometimes. Danny Trejo, yeah, that's a meme though. That Danny Trejo is just now a meme. You just see him in everything. Danny Trejo's in everything now. He's in everything. Appears in the man. He appeared in even Book of Boba Fett, I think. Even had an appearance in there. But, you know, there's a lot of actors out there who never get that typecast. Now, you know, guys like Harrison Ford, I mean, Mark Hamill, they kind of got typecast as Luke Skywalker, Han Solo. Harrison Ford broke out of that a little bit, you know, getting cast as like Indiana Jones. But it's always for Harrison Ford. A lot of times it was more just he got kind of cast into that kind of roguish role where he was the rogue. You know, he basically, let's be real. Indiana Jones was Han Solo on Earth. I mean, yeah, Mark was that's the thing. It's like Mark Hamill became, yeah, Harrison Ford's just cool. I love it when people come up to him and ask him about. Yeah, I remember some interview where like somebody asked him if he was excited to watch the new Star Wars something or another. He's like, I don't give a crap. He didn't say it that way. But he basically was like, I don't give a crap about it. It's just like, base dude. Oh, Deckard and Blade Runner. Oh. Blade Runner is amazing. Stallone, well, but a lot of Hollywood action stars did that back in the day too, Fenrig. I mean, you look at Arnold Schwarzenegger, Stallone, pretty much most of the action stars back then, they just played variations of themselves in different roles. You know. That was their thing. You know, Stallone's big breakout thing though was Rocky by far. That set the stage for him going to the next level. Did he overplay that? Yes, he overplayed that role a lot. That was a little overplayed, but you know. But yeah, I mean, Rocky was definitely a different role than his action star role. So, the problem Hollywood gets itself into is that, you know, anymore they've become very corporate and they are more worried about making money. That's why they're afraid to take risks. That's why reboots and sequels and all that stuff is all the big rage. You know, to have an actual movie come out like Everything Everywhere All at Once was a great movie. I loved Everything Everywhere All at Once. That's what Multiverse of Madness should have been. Instead of having Doctor Strange drug around by the worst character from Marvel ever, American Chavez, who nobody liked, and well, the Twitter mob loved her, but nobody in comic books liked her. I know. I bought comic books back then. I saw that book and I was like, no, I don't want that book. And nobody else did either. My comic book shop sold barely any of them. All the sales on that were pre-sales to comic book shops that it was going to be the next greatest thing ever. The comic never went anywhere. Miss Marvel, same thing. Never went anywhere. Nobody cared. Nobody cared. I mean, it's nothing to do with her being a bad character or anything. Well, it actually is, but nobody cared. Nobody wanted that book. It just never sold. That's just, I mean, when it comes down to it, it's a dollar and cents thing. Why did that series get canceled over and over and over again? Because it didn't sell. It didn't sell, and nobody wanted it. Sorry. I mean, that's just how it goes. It's a marketplace. You can't force. You can push things into comic book shops. You can push things into comic book shops, but that's not a sale. The sale is when the comic book shop sells it to a customer. And you can't push a customer, especially with comic books skyrocketing to enormously high prices. You can't push comics into customers that they don't want. I mean, back in the days when a comic book was, say, 75 cents, yeah, maybe I'd take a chance and be like, okay, I'll try this one out. But when I can flip through the book on the rack and look at it and go, yeah, this isn't for me. You know, that's when I'm like, okay, it's not a comic for me. That's fine. I don't have to buy it. I mean, towards the end of my comic book collecting days, and I don't collect any comics anymore. I just don't. But towards the end of my comic book days, I was mainly buying independents. Independent stuff was where all the good stories were. Independent stuff was the stuff that was actually fun and interesting and different. It had like interesting storylines and engaging storylines. Shazam was the original Captain Marvel. Yes, it is. Yeah. Shazam. Back in the day, Captain Marvel was what he was back in the day. It became a problem when Marvel Comics, there was a whole litigation problem, but yes, he was the original Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel is a derivative of a derivative of a derivative of a character named Marvel.
Can't feel my hands.
And Marvel, and then there was Carol Danvers, who was a great character. Love Carol Danvers, who was then killed by Storm, or not Storm, but killed by Rogue. And Rogue actually obtained many of Carol Danvers' powers, the power of flight. Originally Rogue could not fly, and she was not invulnerable. She gained some powers from Carol Danvers when she killed her on accident. She didn't kill her on purpose, but it was on accident because she didn't know her powers. You don't buy new comics where everyone is coming out? No. No. I don't mind them making new characters like that, but changing characters that have been established for 30 years is garbage. That's just self-inserting your own ideas into stuff that's already been established and changing canon to fit what you like. And no, I'm not gonna. I don't have to buy into that. I don't have to buy those, and I refuse to buy them. So, what you gonna do? Like I said, you collected comics in the 80s? I did too, Patchup. 80s comics are the best. Rip George Perez. Oh, God. George Perez stuff is probably my favorite. George Perez, I would say, is probably my favorite artist of all time. But that's just me personally. You know, everybody has their favorite artist. For me, it was George Perez. I loved his artwork in so many books back then. Teen Titans, Crisis on Infinite Earths. God, just the list goes on and on. He did so many titles back then. And he was so good at drawing all the characters, like drawing big mashups of characters, like 20, 30 characters on a page, and you could actually tell what each character, who each character was just by looking. It was so great. So great. He was an amazing artist. His Teen Titans are fantastic. Oh god, yeah. I actually, my friend and I went to a, I don't know what you call it. It's sort of it wasn't really a swap meet. It was a thing they were holding at one of the fairgrounds where it was basically like sort of like a garage sale, but just it had hundreds of people who had stuff there. And I found a box of comics where this guy had some old 80s Teen Titans. Yeah, they weren't in mint shape or nothing, but they were $1 a piece. I was like, frick yeah, I'm buying myself a whole stack of Teen Titans comics. Oh yeah, the Teen Titans. Oh yeah, the adverts for the Sea Monkeys, X-Ray Specs, that stuff. Yeah, that was great. That was great. Well, and honestly, comic books, other than manga, American comic books are dying right now anyway. They've tried to please. There's a problem when you try to please too many people, specifically. You kind of lose a general audience when you do that. And let's be honest. I mean, when I had my comic book shops, I worked in comic book shops from the time I was 15 years old to the time that I was in my early 20s. And then I owned a comic book shop for about 2 years myself when I moved to Idaho. And then when I moved back, I worked in comic book shops for about the next 4 to 5 years. So believe me, I've seen who buys comics and who's interested in comics. And yes, we did have girls who were interested in comic books. Most of the gals who were interested in comic books, X-Men was a very popular one. X-Men was one that a lot of our female readers really enjoyed. They didn't go so much for like Fantastic Four. They didn't go so much for like Fantastic Four or Aquaman or something like that. But X-Men and Justice League were two of the top sellers to most of the female customers that I had. They really enjoyed those a lot. Wonder Woman was a very popular one as well. Oh yeah, the X-Men was a great book. The X-Men was amazing. The X-Men is, I love how they say now that they're so. Oh, Abby, bye. Love you.
Cheered X5, gonna go. Have a good one.
Oh, you have a good one too. We'll see you next time. I mean, they talk anymore. I've always found it so humorous how they tout how diverse they are in comics now. And I think back to myself and I'm like, you realize that, all this stuff you're doing has been done before. None of this is new. I mean, when I was growing up, one of my favorite books to read was Captain America and Falcon. I never even knew that Falcon was I thought that was for me like Green Arrow, Green Lantern. The two went together like peas and carrots. One of my favorite Green Lanterns of all time, by the way, is John Stewart. John Stewart is an amazing, tactically amazing, genius amazing Green Lantern. It's like, this has all been done before. It's nothing, none of this is new. I read all the Black Panthers. I collected I still have all my Black Panther comics from the 60s and 70s. Where Claw was like his big enemy. I mean, I devoured those books. That was like, I just never have understood what it was. I never understood why the big push to be like, we're doing something new and different with adding all these new diverse characters in. It's like, well, obviously you guys have never read a comic book in your life, and you don't know the history of comic books either. So, bugger off. Oh, the Black Panther comics were amazing. That was some of Kirby's best work. Oh my god. The old Kirby art in those is just like, mwah. Oh, that's some of the best Kirby artwork I've ever seen. I mean, I remember when Luke Cage Hero for Hire came out. I was like stoked. I was like, dude, this guy looks badass. He was awesome. I mean, he has a freaking chain. That was one thing I was disappointed about in the TV show for Luke Cage, is he didn't have his outfit. He didn't have his chain around his waist. Oh man, that made me. I was just like, oh man, come on. If you're gonna do them right. You know. And then, you know, the Black Panther movie was okay. I mean, if I was Wesley Snipes, I would be really pissed about them touting it as the first black superhero. Obviously, again, people who've never read or seen comic books or seen comic book movies, because Blade and Blade 2, okay, Blade Trinity, I'll give you, wasn't that great. But Blade and Blade 2 are two of the best superhero movies ever that came out in the 90s. And those were done years before MCU. Years before the MCU. And those are two of the best Marvel movies to ever be released. Yeah, Spawn. Yeah, forget about Spawn too. Forget about Spawn. Yeah, it's like where are they getting these ideas? That's the thing, Nux. It's like, where are they getting these ideas? It's like, it's sort of like Battlestar Galactica said. This has all happened before, and it will all happen again. I love Spawn. Spawn was great. Spawn was one of the few books. Spawn was one of the few books that actually came out on a regular basis from Image in the old days. None of the other books came out on time.
Anything right now.
Wildstorm, Pit, Youngblood. Those never came out on time. I get people coming in all the time. Those comics suffered from not being a scheduled thing. And that's the problem, is that if you aren't on a schedule, people lose interest. That's why Spawn has remained popular to today, because Spawn and Todd McFarlane specifically had a very strong work ethic about making sure that his stuff got out on time. Liefeld and Jim Lee and them were just like, oh well, we're working for ourselves now. We'll just put out our book, and when we do, it'll sell a lot of copies. Which generally they were right, but it's like, okay, but you're killing your brand, dude. You're killing your brand, because comic book customers are very, very, they're pattern buyers. They're a customer that follows a pattern and wants to buy on a regular basis. And when you lose that, you lose your customer base. When you aren't coming out on a regular basis. That's why DC and Marvel, despite all their flaws, did so well for so long, is because their stuff was consistently released. You knew every month you could have your Justice League comic. You knew every month you get your Wonder Woman, or your Superman, or your Batman, or your X-Men, or your Wolverine. You knew that every month that would be there for you, and you hungered for it. You're like, ooh, give me that piece of candy, I want it. And that's the big problem. That's the big stumbling block Image had, is they never did that. And I saw that as a retailer. I saw the sales on Image stuff. Yeah, the sales were always good when a book came out, but they always went down with every single book. I mean, where you'd sell an issue number 1 of, say, Wildstorm, we sold probably, I'd say, 600 to 800 copies of Wildstorm number 1. By the time number 2 came out, it was half that, because it had been so long. And by the time number 3 came out, it was over half again. And it just slowly declined. Oh, I loved ElfQuest back in the day. ElfQuest was awesome. ElfQuest was amazing. That was a great indie little book there. That was a great one. That was another one, Nux. That's a good point. That was an independent that a lot of our female customers really liked as well. A lot of the female customers went for ElfQuest too. I was trying to remember, because that's the thing, is like, you got to remember that as much as they want it to be, comic books were never a 50% boys to girls ratio. That's not the market. That's not the market that you ever would have. There were always women interested in comic books, always girls who were interested in comic books. But the majority of comic book readers were male. Is it a good thing or bad thing? No, it's an either or. I mean, a majority of people who buy tennis balls are tennis players. Does that mean that I need to force anybody who doesn't play tennis, you need to buy some tennis balls as well? Just because? No. There's different interests. People have different interests. I'm not going to force football players to buy tennis balls. I'm not going to force people who don't want to buy something to buy something. I mean, when female customers would come into our comic book store, we treated them just like any other customer. And honestly, most of our customers were like, it's like, oh my gosh, there's a female in the store, and they were never made to feel ostracized or bad. I love the stuff I saw back in like the late 90s, early 2000s, or whatever, maybe mid 2000s, where it was like, as a girl, I always felt like I was not part of the boys club when I came into the comic book store. I always would think back on my days in the comic book stores and go, huh, I wonder what comic book store this person was going to, because that's never how I either treated any of my customers or experienced any of the relationships that my customers had with anybody that came into the store. That's not ever how it was. And so honestly, I'm not going to say they are. Well, I'm going to say they are. I think they're making crap up to play the victim. I think they're making crap up because I have no memories in the almost decade that I not only worked but owned comic book store. I have no memories of that ever happening one time in 10 years that I owned a comic book store and worked in comic book stores. From the time I was 15 to 25, I never ever saw or heard of that happening. Were we selling manga? We did sell manga. It wasn't back in the late 80s, early 90s. Manga was it was just starting to come into the sphere of America. It was a very fringy thing. We did sell some of it. There was Viz Comics. We carried Viz Comics back then. I don't know if you remember Viz Comics. We did sell Viz Comics quite a bit. But it was a very small select group of people who bought manga back then. There wasn't as much of a base around it at that point. It was a very niche kind of thing. But we did do it, yeah. Yeah, it hadn't made it to the mainstream yet, yeah. Which, honestly, probably a lot of people who really love manga wish that it never did. They're probably like, God dang it, I wish it never made it to the mainstream. But that's the thing is, I never experienced or saw any sort of ostracizing or keeping people out of comic books, male or female. It just didn't happen, in my opinion. I never saw it. If it ever did happen, it was never brought to my attention, and I never did it or saw it happen to anybody. Every female that walked into our store was treated with respect, was helped just like any other customer. Sure, they definitely, I will say that the interest in comics, in the type of comics between girls and guys, was in some ways very specific to what the gals liked. Like I said, they mainly liked X-Men, Justice League, Wonder Woman, Elf Quest, a little bit of manga. They weren't as much into like they really liked X-Men, but they didn't like the Wolverine comic. They didn't want to pick that one up. Okay, fine. It's like doesn't hurt anybody's feelings. Everybody has their interests. But yeah, they never were treated poorly. And so yeah, when that whole thing, that whole Comicsgate bullcrap came out, I was just like, really? I never experienced any. Well, I don't know if it was bullcrap, but when the whole Comicsgate thing came out and people started talking about, oh, women have been treated poorly in the comic book stores for years, I was like, huh, funny. That must have happened in the last 10 years or so, because I never remembered any of that happening in the shops I worked at. And if I had ever seen anything like that happening, if I had ever seen any of my customers treating anybody like that, I would have kicked them out. Straight up would have kicked them out. Said, yeah, you don't have any business being here any longer. Sorry. We don't treat our customers like that. I mean, gosh, I mean, I heard one guy say it. I'm not gonna steal his words, but I saw one. I forget who it was who was talking about it, but he's like, man, back in the days, if we got a girl to be in the comic book shop, it was like seeing a unicorn. It was like all the guys were like, whoa, oh my god, what is that? We've never seen one of those before. You know, it was like exciting. It was like, yes, finally, a gal is interested in our stuff. You know, it was like, it could be very easy to become queen of the nerds. Because, honestly, most of the comic book people, back especially before the 90s, when it kind of, the 90s were kind of when it became cool to be into comic books. But back before the 90s, especially, we were a bunch of nerds. A bunch of nerds! 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 When I went into Trek cons back in the 80s and 70s, it was just as many women as men. Yeah, I know. I know, me too. When we went to, back when comic book conventions were actually comic book conventions, and not a promotional tour. A promotional tour for, you know, whatever is coming out. But see, the thing was, Schwartz, that it was like that, but everybody tried to make, you know, tried to make them as nerdy as we were, tried to make them feel as comfortable as they could be in the comic book shop. I mean, one of my friends to this day is Elizabeth. She started coming into my comic book shop, well, not mine. She started coming into the comic book shop back when she was, I think, that was before she even graduated high school. And I've been friends with her to this day because of that relationship that we made at the comic book shop. I just saw her and one of the guys I worked with there just a couple years ago.
I can always use more food.
And that's the thing is yeah, it was always kind of a, oh my gosh, there's a gal in the shop, but it wasn't like, it was never like, ooh, get out. But at the same time, I mean, I attribute it to like seeing a unicorn just from the fact that there wasn't a lot of gals who'd come into the comic book shops usually. But when they did, they were always treated well.
This pack is getting too
They
heavy
were
to
always
carry.
treated well, and they were always treated with respect because you know what? Elizabeth knew way more about X-Men than I did, which was awesome. It was like, dude, this chick knows as much about X-Men, if not more than I do. And she would rattle off stuff about it. She was like, oh my gosh, she was like, it was crazy. She was like an X-Men guru. It was like, if I ever had an X-Men question, I always turned to her because I was like, I don't know, let me ask Elizabeth when she comes in next time. Maybe I'll have an answer for you. I'd always feel a little embarrassed that I didn't know, but I was like, oh, I know somebody who does. So I'm gonna talk to Elizabeth. She'll have the answer. I'll get back to you on that. So, yeah, I mean, I understand it from that point, Schwartz, but I think at that point it's a decision of whether, I mean, growing up I was very uncomfortable in my own skin all the time. So, very uncomfortable in my own skin. And so I always felt uncomfortable and weird everywhere I went. So I get that feeling. I understand that all too well. And I think that's why I went out of my way, especially to make people always feel welcome whenever they came into the shop, no matter who they were. I actually had the coach of the Portland Trail Blazers come into the shop one time. The coach of the Portland Trail Blazers, our local basketball team, actually came into the shop. I was a little starstruck. Rick Adelman, that was his name. Rick Adelman came into our comic book shop, and I was like, "Oh my God, it's Rick Adelman!" Sure, he wasn't like one of the players, but I was like, "Oh my God, that's cool." But I get what you're saying though, Schwartz. It can make people feel a little awkward, but you know, it's one of those where that's the starting point, but that doesn't have to be the ending point. You know, that doesn't have to be the ending point. And so, oh, the Crow. Oh, the Crow was another one that a lot of my female customers really liked the Crow for some reason. They really dug the story around the Crow. I think because the Crow at its core is a kind of a really tragic story. It has that whole tragedy thing going on. So I think that attracted a lot of attention too. So. I suspect the sexism was apparent in those FPS online games like Call of Duty, but it was a lot of, yeah, that's the thing though, it's like, people in online anonymous situations, I've always found that people online in anonymous situations feel a lot more free to do reprehensible things, which they'd never do in real life. That's pretty much my philosophy on that, because they have that mask of anonymity around them, they feel, where they can just do something that if they did that in real life, probably somebody would step up and just punch them or just basically make fun of them, and they'd have no defense about it, you know? So